really advantageous for the Senators, where it's very low scoring, not a lot of room out there, and they've won a lot of one-goal games. The Leafs have as well, but I just think in a playoff-style environment, Ottawa has a lot of guys that their game translates much more to it, rather than, I think, the Leafs that are a bit more perimeter-orientated. So we'll see. I also think if you have the best defenseman in a series, that probably augments your team's chances, even though I think the Leafs total blue line at the top, their six defensemen are probably deeper than Ottawa's, but that's the recipe for the Sens' success, and that's why I picked them.
Yeah, Jake Sanderson definitely feels like a major X factor. If he can dominate the series will look different than maybe what others are expecting. Last one, at least for me, Craig Berube has been a great success story here. They've put up more points over the course of 82 games, but has it looked like this? Have they won a division? The answer is no. I guess the same could be said for Travis Green, who's had a great impact on this Ottawa Senators team, helping them get over this hump. How has he changed things? What has he done differently than previous at the helm?
I think it's just been his defensive philosophy and really instilling that from day one. I remember in training camp he said it basically took them 3 or 4 weeks to work on anything offensively. And I think you've seen in this squad this season, their attention to detail on the defensive end. Brady Tkachuk, Tim Stützle, guys who have been defensive liabilities in the past have now been turned into, in Stützle's case, a really good 200-foot player, and Brady Tkachuk is a pretty adequate defensive player as well. So they're playing the right way. They're playing, maybe not as flashy hockey and up and down hockey, but they're playing much more effective hockey and much more smart hockey. So I think Travis Green deserves a world of credit for really transforming this Senators group into a team that, had all the skill in the world, but didn't really know how to play the right way. And now they do. And I think that's why they'll be successful this season and probably in years to come.
All right, Alex, we're going to let you go and get set for tonight. Hopefully a fun, lengthy series ahead for both us and you covering the Sens. Appreciate you coming on. Enjoy the game.
Thanks so much, guys.
Of course. Alex Adams of Sportsnet. You can catch his work on our sportsnet.ca page and his Twitter account, and he officially picked the Sens.
Yeah, first year, right, for him. Maybe he's part of the difference.
Maybe. Curse buster?
Anyway, we went through the blue lines in goaltending, giving the edge, I think, to the Leafs in both.
Yeah.
Is there, he mentioned it, Jake Sanderson, I talked about
Jake Sanderson's going to be a huge part of this.
I don't know. It feels like 30 a night dominance is asking a little much, and maybe what the Senators require. Mm-hmm. But if anyone has that potential, I will concede that Jake Sanderson is the guy to bring it.
I think that's fair. To be honest, he's probably one of the biggest guys that come across your radar this season in the sense of, oh, wow, this Jake Sanderson guy is for real. And I think a lot of people are talking about him maybe getting Norris consideration, not to win it. But he might
down ballot action.
He might some down ballot action. But, the smart hockey people are talking about Jake Sanderson, so that the numbers are looking good. But, yeah, I would say that he's probably the biggest threat on that back end.
Okay, let's talk forwards. I think there's not a philosophy thing here, but it's different how these forward groups are orchestrated. There's a clear high end with the Maple Leafs. We know it, right? Core 4, Core 5.
I've heard of that.
Whatever you want to call it. Despite their playoff failures, 9th postseason appearance, 1 series victory, which is, the length or the list of most successful teams in terms of playoff appearances. They all have a lot more than 1 postseason series victory, but I digress. Matthews, Marner, Nylander, Tavares, and Nyes. Between them, you have Hart trophies. You have 69-goal seasons. You've got 100-point totals. You got 40-goal seasons for the guys who can't hit 69. You got a lot of special stuff from an offensive standpoint. The high end for the Senators is a little different. I think the high end's only Tim Stützle and Brady Tkachuk. Mm-hmm. And those two guys, they've flirted with 40 goals. I don't know if they've even flirted with 100 points, but I guess they're in the 90, 85 range. But it's not the same obvious firepower. Again, that hasn't been everything for the Maple Leafs, but a distinct advantage here.
I definitely think the Leafs have a distinct advantage with that core 4. Look at the amazing season that Mitch Marner just had. 100 points for the first time ever. William Nylander scoring more than he ever has. John Tavares looks like He's aging backwards. He's been such a steadying force this year. And, yeah, maybe Austin Matthews didn't put the puck in the net as much as you would hope for. And maybe at the end of the year we find out that he was battling something. But I'd still put him up there in the best goal scorers and best players in the league. So I like those four more than probably four combined on the Sens.
Yeah, I think that is fair. But what may also be fair is that despite not having the top end, that the depth is a little stronger. Yes. In the middle six, there's a lot of really good players. And this isn't just exclusively middle six, but in addition to Tkachuk and Stützle, Dylan Cousins, Drake Batherson, David Perron, Claude Giroux, Shane Pinto, a more defined middle class. Not that they're all making middle class money, but guys who are in the middle of the lineup who can play almost the same or as much as the top line, who can match up pretty well against any team, maybe have slight disadvantages, but advantages in other ways. Like, there are a lot of guys who can score goals on this team, a lot of guys who are offensively talented players. I think just in sheer quantity, maybe there are a lot more, like, NHLers that are going to be, 10 years and get the pension, if you know what I mean. Like, there's fewer Pontus Holmbergs and more guys that you are going to be 10-year NHLers and have really productive seasons or careers.
Claude Giroux has 81 career playoff points. Like, this guy is weathered in the playoffs. David Perron leads all Sens in current playoff games, 104. And you didn't even mention Nick Cousins, I think he's scratched tonight. Nick Cousins.
Yeah, I'm not putting him in the Dylan Cousins category, but he is.
Who scored the OT winner against the Leafs in Game 5 in Round 2? Nick Cousins.
I guess they're not interested in curse busters either.
And he scored 2 goals against the Leafs in that series, and I was like, oh, maybe he's a Leafs killer. Not even in the lineup tonight. But no, I think that depth might win out in this battle if we're going head-to-head with Leafs and Sens. But I want to ask you a little bit about the Leafs core four and the postseason performances, because we know the stats. Like, they obviously have better regular season points. If you go through it, I think all of them are almost about a point per game, and they decrease significantly in the postseason. Like, it's a smaller sample size. Sometimes it's only 5, 6, 7 games. That has to change this year. Like, the best players got to be Austin Matthews, Mitch Marner, and William Nylander. John Tavares, you can put him up in there, but they've got to find ways to be getting multi-point games, I think, in this series.
What this team is ultimately waiting for, beyond, just the general postseason success, is a star player who makes a lot of money to absolutely take over a series.
Yep.
6 goals, 12 points, just sheer dominance like we know they can. There have been so many cookie nights over the course of the last 9 years where, 4 goals on the top line, pair of multi-goal scorers. That happens with regularity. It doesn't happen in the postseason. Part of that is just the style of play. I think part of that is self-inflicted, though, too. Like, I think they chose the razor-thin margins last year with the Boston Bruins. I know William Nylander missed a lot of the series. I know the same with Austin Matthews. But I think they wanted to play a game where it was 2-1 either way. And when you introduce that, you take a little bit of the power away from your best players who have the ability to score a couple goals a period when they are fully unleashed. So this might be the series for that, where Austin Matthews can score 5 times. Mitch Marner can rack up 9 assists. This is the type of series where that could actually happen. But again, it doesn't. Part of that is voluntary. Not that you don't want that to happen, but you're playing that style. And Craig Berube, despite his changes, the way he wants to play defensively, the way he wants to make sure that step A is keeping it out of your own net, these guys, with the exception of Matthews, have had brilliant years. The first 100-point year for Mitch Marner. Nylander and Tavares having brilliant goal-scoring seasons. Despite a change in philosophy, the production was still there. So maybe this is the year it all comes together where you are taking care of your end first, but also putting up the numbers.
And I know Austin Matthews didn't score as many goals as previously, but who has allowed more goals to Austin Matthews in his regular season career than any other skater? Linus Ullmark.
Oh.
12.
Okay.
So Ullmark, his boogeyman is Austin Matthews. So there you go, folks. We've solidified all of the little questions. And, there goes all the Leafs and Sens exiting the ice to a loud cheer.
Yeah, Thomas Chabot trying to put a puck in an empty net. I believe it hit another puck and missed.
Oh, okay, so some shenanigans starting early.
Another curse buster. Let me...
that's good.
This is, Craig Berube is not like a hardcore matchups guy. But Alex did mention something about the third line of Ottawa, of Ridley Gregg, Shane Pinto, and Michael Amadio, who Travis Green wants to play against the number one line of the opposition. So if we're doing the matchup thing, let's say Travis Green, because Craig Berube doesn't chase it as much, gets that a lot. And we see a lot of Gregg, Pinto, and Amadio against the Matthews unit, and maybe they do quite well. Where does that leave the matchup game? Clearly the next most talented unit would be the Tkachuk, Stützle, Giroux line. Is it fire against Domi, Tavares, and Nylander? I'm not really sure. Is it against McMahon, Holmberg, and Robertson? I hope not. I don't think you want to see Robertson against the top line, despite his, credit to him for making this team or this playoff roster. It might go down to the fourth line then of Steven Lorentz, Scott Lund, and Calle Järnkrok to pick up some of that.
Holy.
I think Craig Berube is going to be doing his best to go fire against fire.
Yeah.
Matthews versus Stützle, Marner versus Tkachuk, Domi, Tavares, and Nylander probably going up against Dylan Cousins and Drake Batherson. But on home ice for Ottawa, if they can keep Shane Pinto bottling up Austin Matthews, the matchup game may favor the Senators in that situation, because I don't know how they best deal with Tkachuk and Stützle if it's not with Austin Matthews.
Yeah, do we have the official lines to go through for Leafs and Sens?
We haven't been handed a sheet yet, but I have corroborated what we saw on the ice. It will be Matthew Nyes, Austin Matthews, and Mitch Marner, the top line for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Max Domi, we can get to this in a second,
I want to talk about
will
that.
play on the second line to start with John Tavares and William Nylander. Bobby McMahon, Pontus Holmberg, and Nick Robertson form the third line, with the fourth line of Lorentz, Lawton, and Calle Järnkrok on the back end. McCabe and Tanev, Riley and Carlo, Simone Benoit, Oliver Ekman Larson. The extras for the Maple Leafs not in the lineup tonight: Max Pacioretty, David Camp, Philippe Myers, Dakota Mermis, Ryan Reeves. Anything stand out?
Yeah.
You want to go through the Domi thing
now?
now?
I think the Domi thing for me is huge. Like this, and I'm going to pull from big-time emotion just watching Max Domi. He shared this clip on his social media the other day, and it was like, the Battle of Ontario is what we play for, and it's got clips of his dad. And I just, for me, he could be such a big X factor in this series.
Is this a Berube vibes pick? Is that what you're saying?
I kind of feel like it could be. I don't know. When he's hot, he can be hot, but he can be a menace to play against. I don't know if I love it, but I think if anyone is going to want to prove that they can be a big-time game player in the first round against the Ottawa Senators, welcome, Max Domi. You can earn so much love and respect from this fan base. He grew up in this. I really thought about it all week long of, like, who's the X factor? And it could be, obviously, outside the core four. I'm really hoping for big things for Max Domi, and he's been given a big role here.
I don't think Berube makes vibes-based decisions, but I think it is worth questioning this move. Domi is playing on the second line despite 5 total games with John Tavares and William Nylander.
Yeah.
The first 2 of the season, the last 3, they bookended, 78 games?
That's right.
With something else. That is the meat of the season. It is something that would be considered to me unexpected. Less than an hour of complete 5-on-5 ice time between these 3. And I think, my best guess is that if Nick Robertson is going to play, you need 2 guys who are really defensively responsible on the third line, and Bobby McMahon is probably that guy instead of Max Domi.
This could change so quickly, too. Like, if that second line is doing nothing and Tavares and Nylander are lost, and then you pop McMahon back up there, like, it can change quickly. But I think it's a huge vote of confidence. And I don't know if I like it yet, but I can see the vibes-based pick, and I'll tell you that it could be an amazing pick. It could be awful.
Despite what my concerns with lineup matching, I don't think that you can consider Tavares, Nylander, and Domi a liability against any of these lines. Like, I think they can play 5-on-5 straight up with any of these lines. Too concerned about it against a different team like Florida, who's throwing Alexander Barkov out there. Like, I don't think you want to deal with that. But against the Sens, I don't think it's a big. David Camp also being out, I think, is noteworthy. McMahon and Holmberg anchoring the third line.
He's still injury-based, Camp?
I think he could have played, but they're obviously keeping information tight.
Yeah,
to the vest.
I think Camp could be a factor later on in the series. I think he's played so good defensively. Like, he can shut down. We'll see. Hopefully it's not like a long injury.
And my bet is the fourth line is actually the third line, and they will play and receive the uses as such. Lorentz, Lawton, and Järnkrok, they're going to have to fill a pretty sizable role, I think, with a third line that is a little bit questionable, at least in terms of some of the matchups and what you're actually going to get. If you're chasing a game, maybe you see a lot more of that line. But I really believe Lawton is going to play a big role in this team in that spot.
What about your percent chance that Ryan Reeves plays a game in this series? Who's been recalled from the little roster here?
5. You?
8.
They don't really have someone who would go head-to-head. They don't have a guy who's in Reeves' weight class, and I think it's going to require maybe 2 injuries for that.
But it's scary when Reeves is out there.
Is it?
Yeah, everyone gets scared.
Let me give you Sens lineup for tonight based on what we just saw in warm-up. The first line will be Brady Tkachuk making his playoff debut after over 500 games. Finally will get to play in the postseason. Tim Stützle and Claude Giroux is the top line. David Perron, Dylan Cousins, Drake Batherson, Ridley. That's certainly due. Shane Pinto and Michael Amadio on the third line. Former Leaf. Another former Leaf on the fourth line, and Adam Gaudette did not last very long. Are the wingers. Highmore, a bit of a controversial pick over Nick Cousins towards the penalty killer. On the back end, Sanderson and Zub, we're going to see a lot of them. Thomas Chabot, Nick Jensen, Tyler Klevin, and Nicholas Matin-Palo.
Oh, yes. He
introduced himself to the world there, and in net will be the former Vezina Trophy winner, Linus Ullmark.
Woo! Okay, folks. For puck drop on the other side, but we're about 10 minutes away here from the start of Game 1, Leafs and Sens, a battle of tragically hip, I hope, in your ears. We'll see what they play. I'm excited to hear what Sportsnet plays.
Hey sports fans, thank you for hanging out with us and chatting it up. We're thrilled to bring you the Playoff Pulse. Catch every single NHL and NBA playoff game right here while supporting an incredible cause, SickKids Hospital. Together, we can make a difference with every single view.
Holy Mackinac! Joe Bowen here, the voice of your Toronto Maple Leafs. Every moment you watch on Toronto Sports Insider helps SickKids Hospital. 100% of Leafs playoff stream revenue goes straight to their life-saving care, helping kids in our community and beyond. This is what Playoff Pulse is all about, bringing playoff excitement and making a lasting impact for those who need it most. So let's rally together and show sick kids we're in their corner.
Hey everyone, Easton Cowan here. Let's amplify our impact. Every like, share, and subscribe boost our donations to Sick Kids. Watch the games, get hyped, and spread the word to grow our Playoff Pulse community. Join us now.
You know, the have-it-all in stock, ready to deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists? Unheard of. Like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need when you need. Every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE. Lists.
When you get a Subaru with symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive and class-leading safety included, it's like you also get a golf club holder, stadium parking navigator, a basketball team transporter, a remote cottage finder, a beaver spotter.
What's up, hockey fans? It's the playoffs, baby. Let's go, TSI Insiders. How we doing? Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. It's the Playoff Pulse. Look at it. The chat is flying. We've got everybody here in the house. Look at that. Miss V, Mike Stewart, WJ, Mr. Roboto, Fortnite in the house, Antonio, Guy, Big Hawk. The list goes on and on. I can keep going. There's Andrew Hurd. There's Christopher. All right. Edson in Brazil. Christine. I love it. Thank you for hitting that like button and being like. Come on. Like number 45. All right. It is not. The cutting out issue is an audio feed issue, I'm assuming, from Sportsnet. So I am kicking into action. I was ready to get the game up and watch the game and just, let's go. But when you're me, I have to fix things. So I'm going to go get a backup feed ready just in case anything happens with that feed. And then if it gets fixed, boom, no issues. Let's go. There's Land King. Oh, there's another alarm going off. Oh, boy. That's right. I have to start another Playoff Pulse campaign live stream. So please check out the Heat and the Cavaliers going live right now. But none of you are going to leave this right now, and I don't blame you at all. It's our buds. Let's go. We'll see you back in the chat. Go Leafs, go! Come on! It's the Battle of Ontario. Leafs and Senators. We're getting the W tonight. Come on, Leafs fans. Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Go Leafs, go! Time to go fix audio things and start lives. Peace. Thanks for helping me raise money for SickKids Hospital.
Remarkable! Keeps this title charge on track, surely!
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite club.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. The world's most thrilling league is now in the palm of your hand. Hear every English Premier League match all season long on the SiriusXM app. Just search for your favorite team. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it, there's a chance, rebound Caulfield, shoots and scores!
NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate, weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91.
Place. At 590, the fan of the Maple Leafs Radio Network, Ailish Forfar, Justin Cuthbert. It's game one of the Battle of Alberta. Your Maple Leafs hosting the Ottawa. This series could bring. We've seen a lot of hype clips from the early 2000s. If you lived it, you know it. If you're just getting accustomed to it, welcome. We just spent a good hour teeing up some of the X factors of the series. We talked to Alex Adams of Sportsnet about the Senators' perspective, but is there something we've missed might play into tonight's game?
A key factor that might play in tonight's game. I mean, I don't want
this crowd.
I mean, the thing that we haven't talked about is the home ice advantage and maybe the crowd advantage that could be in front of the Maple Leafs. This to bring the heat, bring the fire, bring all this stuff.
Yes,
the decree is laid out for us.
Here.
There's a decree. We could go through that if we need to. They are going to have a lot of fans in Ottawa when the series shifts to the nation's capital. So Maple Leafs fans can make in their 9th consecutive postseason series appearance to win number 2.
I think that's fair. The passion at both arenas. So maybe that's something the Leafs can lean into. Let's get to your key to victory, brought to you by your Ontario Sport. Delivers the reliability and versatility you'd want in any playoff team, ready for anything and built to go the distance.
So I expect them to win a matchup. If Tavares is out there, I expect them to win a matchup. So the bottom 6 got to win 1-2, or you risk playing on the 4th line with Calle Järnkrok and Steven Lorentz. If they can be better than who they're matched up against, the Leafs are in a great spot. Holmberg and Bobby McMahon, but I have more faith at this point in a 4th line of Lawton, Lorentz, and Järnkrok. 6 unit winning a matchup, to me, is a key to victory.
I love it. I think that's pretty fair. And when you have home ice advantage for the first 2 games, you better lean in. Find a way to get the tiny advantages that you can, and that will be seen tonight.
Let's go to the player to watch, presented by Bet365. At the moment, it's 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit ConnexOntario.ca.
All right, it's easy to pick someone in the corner. playoffs, baby. I'm going off the grid to the core five. Matthew Knies, plus 190 anytime goal. Very much in this series. I think it's going to be huge. I think him versus Brady, the way that Matthew Knies can just hold his own and that physicality in front of the bit of scoring. So you've got him for plus 190 anytime goal, but 2+ points tonight, plus 425. I really like the value in that. In his very limited experience in the playoffs, he almost scored 30 goals this year. I just think this could be the series of Matthew Knies, so I'm locking him in.
Question tonight is with what does Brady Tkachuk have in store? This is a guy who made an unbelievable impact at the than just hockey fans. And this is the first time.
Nighttime, talk shows.
Oh, yeah.
TMZ.
Big
GQ,
podcast. A little bit of the second half of the season, but he gets another opportunity for a first impression tonight. This is a guy who's waited for this moment. Stanley Cup, and now Brady Tkachuk, more emotional than Matthew, gets his chance to unleash all of that emotion. The 7 series, Brady Tkachuk is the one to watch tonight.
All right, it's pretty fired up in here. We got white rally towels that say them tonight, and I think that we're going to see that all series long with the Battle of Ontario. We mentioned it, the 9th straight season the Leafs have made the playoffs. First time since 2004. The Leafs won all 4 of those series against the Ottawa Senators, but they haven't been great against them in the regular season. Pick your poison. Regular success. I think Leaf fans will be leaning into a little bit of postseason good vibes tonight.
This is an unbelievable opportunity and in the path towards winning a Stanley Cup. They earn this opportunity themselves by winning the division. Finish 2 and 3 in the division. When you set yourself up for success, you have to follow through and have that success. Don't need to win tonight to do it, but boy, would it help them be in a position to do so.
All right, this is what you've been waiting for, the Battle of Ontario. Jim Ralph, just on the other side of the break. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Feel the excitement of the UEFA Champions League knockout stage on Sirius XM FC. Europe's best clubs.
What a start for Inter! And Barca are level! Brilliant Arsenal goal!
The world's brightest stars.
Mbappe! Kane! Rafinha!
All chasing club soccer's ultimate prize.
A new page in their glorious history.
The Champions League knockout stage, where legends are made. On Sirius XM FC, channel 157 in the car, and the Sirius XM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
December 15th, Vancouver Canucks were in the playoffs. And this is when they had that big controversy going on. So they had to do something about it. And they did do something about it. Well, now they're not in the playoffs. You know what? They're not even really close anymore. This is the most absurd season falling apart. The most disappointing team this season of the 32 are the Vancouver Canucks.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and
What's up, Insiders? Thank you all for hanging out with us tonight. Okay. I have to fix this this microphone issue because it is really, really bad. I'm sorry I sound really bad here. So I'm going to work on that next cut-in. But the issue that I'm having right now is the Sportsnet audio feed. It's only through that pregame show. So I'm hoping when they cut to Joe and Jim, everything will be good to go. If it is not, I have the TV feed ready to go, set. We'll have that audio work until the Leafs audio can't get going, or we can always use the Ottawa feed. I don't think I want to do that. But I'm on the audio with that, so hang tight with me, everybody. Check the link that's pinned in the chat. That's going to take you to our new page with SickKids Hospital. We're not doing Tiltify anymore. SickKids is no longer working with Tiltify. They've moved out of that platform to a different one because they're merging everything together to their new in-house platform, which is awesome. That is good news for everybody. And you know what? The best news is Andrew Hurd's 5 gifted memberships, as well as the first super chat from Mike St. Jean, is 100% going to SickKids Hospital, as every single penny, every single view, like, subscribe, share. By the way, we just hit 95,000. 5K to go. Let's get to the hockey. I'm on the audio feed. Go Leafs, go. Time to win game 1. Let's get on the board early, Leafs. Let's go.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the SiriusXM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable. Keeps this title charge on track, surely.
To the relegation fight.
The impossible may still be possible.
Hear every English Premier League match on SiriusXM FC 157 and the SiriusXM app.
All right, how's that audio now? Is that better? Yeah, it's still really low, isn't it? All right, it's a little bit low, but that's all right. I'll figure it out. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat. Come on, we need to get that chant going. Let's go, let's go. Mike St. Jean, we're going to pop a bottle of champagne, just like we did at 6K, 7K, 8K, and then it all started happening way too fast, and I got way too busy making this awesome setup that we see here for all of these awesome campaigns we're doing with SickKids Hospital. Let's go Leafs. Kilo G. What's up, Kilo? Member for 8 months. I love it. I love it. Go Leafs, go. There's Brandy. Here we go. Here we go.
So you get to play some more. And the Maple Leafs and the heroes of the Hemp Hut tonight, brought to you by Molson. Molson, everyone in for the 14-3 this season. 2.72 is goals against average and a .910 save percentage. The Maple Leafs, 21-8-3, 2.14 and a league-leading .926. Start in goal for Toronto. The crowd is ready. We've got This should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and we shall see which ghosts appear. The recent ones over the last 8. When these two teams met 4 times in a very short period of time.
Leafs to the right. Lots of jousting. Lots of jousting. Still jousting. Now the puck is finally dropped. Out at center and play it down into the Toronto end. Hustling back in there after it was Tanev to get it along the boards. Down there by Marner, but he couldn't control the puck. Sens get it out into the neutral ice area. Brought on. It bounced right out in front of the net as it came off the corner boards at a strange angle. Tavares looking for Domi. Domi into the corner against Nick Jensen with a hefty hit. Tavares getting it back at the net. Get back to Domi, hit a broken stick. And it is cleared to center ice by Amadio to the Leaf blue line and in. Nylander. Riley up ahead and now Domi finds Willie, who gets it down into the offensive zone. Played around the board. There, the forecheck, and you know that everybody in this building is right into it as we get an icing.
A lot about being team tough. This is part of about being team tough. This is part of. And I still remember Joe from Paul Maurice when he was between periods at the start of a. So they feel it all the way to Game 7.
That's it. And they all have a... What happened to these guys during the regular season? I'll never forget Roger Nielsen.
Amadio won a Stanley Cup with Vegas. Part of this third line, number 22. They'll now change.
I like that acquisition of Amadio, too. Brings some speed, some skill, trusted bottom 6 player for the Sens.
Robertson. Holmberg out there now. The third line for Toronto. McMahon with a big body hit. Forces the turnover. Holmberg back towards Allmark. It goes wide. Big collision in the corner. Nick Robertson. Gaudette centers his fourth line for Ottawa.
Good puck handle there by Stolars.
Going to force the icing on Toronto.
So we expected it to be physical. Certainly been that to this point. As you hone in on Linus Ullmark, he has one of the best glove hands in the league. And I often say it's like a vacuum cleaner when he's on his A game. For a lot of you young goalies out there, when you have a very good glove hand, you control the game. You can catch it, slow it down, get the whistles your team needs.
You see his numbers
Smart
there against
homeowners
Toronto
know
this year.
timing is everything. Right now, ABC is offering up to $5,000 in instant savings on select heating and cooling systems. No mail-in rebates, no waiting, just instant savings. Here's the catch. Industry-wide price hikes are coming. ACs, water heaters, even electrical panels, some jumping by up to 20%. But thanks to ABC, you've got until May 10th to lock in at current pricing. After that, prices go up. Visit 4abc.com or call to schedule today.
That kind of maybe warrants him to have a little bit more success down the road. But
Jake McCabe. Taken by Stützle now. Dangerous center iceman. Shot saved by Stolars. The young 23-year-old German played all 82 games this year, 24 goals, 55 assists.
You'll see the little physicality down low. There's Brady Tkachuk saying hello. And here comes Stützle with that agility. Gets a little lateral time and space and delivers the shot. Nicely handled there by Stolars, and more impressively, no rebound either.
kind of a little bit above the rest.
Now, it's interesting when you look at who has the edge between these two teams. You said, you would say the Leafs. Look at recent head-to-head. It's Ottawa. Games this season won by the Senators.
Face-off will be in the circle to the of Anthony Stolars. Tavares won it cleanly, and Domi will drop it off to the defense and pass ahead for Nylander. Nylander circles it now, cuts through the neutral zone and gets it in off the wing that Tavares couldn't handle the pass. Puck comes back into the Toronto end. Stolars swinging it around the boards to find Domi, who let it go, and it comes all the way out at center ice. Nick James laying it back to the line and in. It goes wide of the goal and into the side of the net. Domi missed a hit there from Perron. Puck is in the... Domi is able to skate it out. Domi trying to get it ahead, had to go off a stick. Brought by David Perron back in over the line. Long shot, steered. Puck along the boards and cleared to the but not out. Sanderson, Zub with a shot. That stopped. There's a big rebound in front, and it's cleared into the corner. Leafs start out. Domi been on for a while as he alley-oops it through center. Perron on the far side ran in. Leafs are going to get their change done, though, and the puck is back into the Toronto blue line area. Fired by Benoit into the zone. Down into the left wing corner. Grabbed off there by Shane Pinto. He is given a jolt, and now here the sends in across. Turned over to Nyes. Leafs get it ahead for Matthews. Matthews to Nyes. Nyes dumps it into the far corner and rampages in there after it. Back of the net for Matthews. Shooting and a glove save made by Linus Ullmark.
First shot on goal for the Leafs after 3-0 from Ottawa. Austin Matthews, you like this. Picks up the puck behind the net. Does a little pivot in the left wing circle. The lane, I'm going to get it there. Matthew Nyes looking for a rebound that doesn't come.
Nicely. 4 minutes and 41 seconds played, no score. Face off to the right of Ullmark. Matthews. Stützle and the Senator won the draw, but the Leafs got the puck out in front of the net, and Matthews was too well tied up before he could get a stick on it. Played Toronto zone. Tanev taken to the boards, but got the puck along the wall on the far side. Puck is in the far corner now, set up on the wing. Sent it around to the near wing, kept alive by Nick Jensen. Back of the net, centering effort by Tkachuk didn't work. Comes out in front of the net in the lead. High into neutral ice. Changes for both teams coming. Chabot. Blue line, but his pass was intercepted by Scotty Lawton. Played off the boards to center. One-handed to the blue line, and now brought. And a face-off will come out in neutral ice.
Again, going by the head-to-heads between these rather astounding stats. Joey, when you look at it, Ottawa's won 5 straight against the Toronto Maple Leafs. Against Ottawa in this building, October 15th, 2022. Justin Hull had the game-winning goal. Elias Samsonov picked up the win. So Ottawa, I don't think, comes in feeling like they can't win against this team or in the...
Played down into the Toronto end. Clevin got it up on the wing, and it'll escape the center ice. Holmberg playing it back in his own. And up on the wing it comes in and over the line. Pontus Holmberg with a shot. And that goes off a stick and caroms up into the screen and goes out of play.
And there were a lot of things you love from a Leaf standpoint, Joe, coming into the postseason.
Yes.
And one of them being how the third and fourth lines started to contribute offensively. Especially Steven Lorenz has been such a great story for the Leafs. Lorenz, 8 goals on the season, 5 of them game winners. You like the fact that Scott Lawton scored for the Leafs in overtime. His second goal, 4th point for the Leafs.
Played high to center ice. This is going to go the length of the rink. And they'll do it all over again from the circle in the Ottawa end of the building. Leafs are at 13-2-1. Down the stretch they come. Secretariat with a 19-length lead. Wrong sport.
Yeah, you know when that started, though? After their loss against Ottawa here.
Yes.
The 4-2. And the Leafs went on that roll that helped them get first place in the division.
And home ice. Riley playing it to the line, couldn't get it in deep. Drake Batherson turns for Ottawa, got it to the line, but it is deflected and goes into the Toronto bin and out of play. But it is a different animal. Regular season, postseason.
You know, last year, only 4 teams in the playoffs were above 500 at home, including the Florida Panthers and Edmonton Oilers, who went to the finals.
No score, first period. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The temperature is rising. The flowers are blooming. And Happy Radio is here to make your days even brighter. Playing nothing but feel-good hits to put a pep in your step. Listen to our collection of Happy Radio channels anytime at home with the SiriusXM app on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, or other internet-connected devices.
Under review. Have wrestled with this one for a while, but I believe we've got our top 5 player of all time. Gretzky, Lemieux, or Howe, and I think it's Sidney Crosby for all-around play. Any discussion, no matter how you slice that loaf of bread, Sidney Crosby's in that discussion. Talk about high-level consistency.
Under review with Mick Kern. 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. In case you missed it, on NHL Network Radio.
Butch Navitz for the deflection. They shoot. They score! Jimmy Snuggerud. His first is a blue. 3-0 St. Louis. It's a power play goal. And in the biggest NHL game of his young career, he scores his first NHL goal. Smile away, kid. Smile away.
NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM
Radio Network.
Face-off outside the Toronto blue line. Matthews line up against the Stützle threesome. So Marner is in up against Tkachuk on that side. Now Matthews got waved out. Marner steps in to win the face-off, and it goes around back into the Toronto zone. Behind the net, Chris Tanev waiting patiently, and Brady Tkachuk getting a stick in the way of goaltender Stolarz. That created a bit of fun. A centering pass for Nyes as it's down in the Ottawa zone is broken up, and the Senators bring it to the line and in. A pass in by Giroux to the corner, comes back to the point. A long shot, gloved out of the air with Tkachuk on the doorstep by Anthony Stolarz.
It's going to be interesting to see the line match that Craig Berube prefers. We've seen the Matthews line out against the Stützle line on a fairly regular basis early on. There, Zub, one-timer from the point with Tkachuk trying to provide the screen in front of Stolarz, but the Leaf goalie was able to peek away and snag it up with his left hand.
Draw to his left, no score. Puck one into the corner by the Maple Leafs, played up on the boards. It bounces into the slot, stolen back by Lawton, played ahead on the far boards then by the Leafs to get it out into the center ice area. Played ahead by Nick Jensen, who sends it into the Toronto end. Chipped around the boards then by Benoit, who crashes into his man on the far side, and Dylan Cousins, and the Leafs break it out at center. Here's the line, brought in over the line now, looking pass in front of the net, shot there!
Ekman-Larsson coming late, but you had two Leafs going to the net. Järnkrok on the right side, Lorentz on the left. And that opened up a space for Ekman-Larsson to take it right between the hash marks. And he snaps it glove side on Linus Ullmark to give the Leafs the first goal of this series.
How do you like the Lawton acquisition so far?
Like we said, I mean, they were good. Back-to-back games coming in.
Long shooting is gloved by Stolarz.
And there was the game-winning goal in Buffalo that Lawton set up Steven Lorenz, and of course Lawton had the game-winning goal in overtime in the final game. So little things at the time you say, well, that's nice if it carry over. And we've seen that fourth line look dangerous here in the first 7 minutes of this game.
Oliver Ekman-Larsson had 4 goals and 25 assists for 29 points in the regular year. But he scores the opener here for the Maple Leafs. They lead it 1-0. Tavares going to face off here with Shane Pinto. Now the linesman is moved in there for some reason. Draw one by Toronto. Puck's pushed back in the net for Morgan Riley, but he gave the puck away on a shot. Good block made there. Another shot taken, and it is cleared up on the wing. Domi will just ice it high to the far boards and get it down into the Ottawa end. Puck comes back out at center ice now, and Tavares back in for Domi. Domi had it knocked off his stick, regains it momentarily, but Amadio will play it down into the Toronto zone. Lawton and Järnkrok with the assists. And it wasn't so many weeks ago that we were bemoaning the fact that the Leafs were not getting the secondary scoring. Well, that has changed. Pass off a stick down into the Toronto end. Benoit circles the goal, being with the forechecker falls, and now Robertson flipping it into the left wing corner. Now a shot by McMahon went high and wide, and it's caromed all the way back down in the Toronto end. Benoit looking over the shoulder, has the puck controlled and got it ahead for Robertson, and he makes a good decision to just get it high to get a change of players going. Now here's Giroux in over the line, brought back now with a Puck in the slot area for along the far boards for Stutzla. Back to the point of shot. Blockered away and knocked away by goaltender Stallers, and the Leafs will get it out at center ice. Are you keeping track of the hits, Mr. Ruff? Here's a shot by Shabbat. That went wide. Rebound back of the goal. Played on the boards for Nyes. Nyes trying to contain it. Took a bit of a hit, but Matthews comes out with the puck and skates it to center ice. With flip it into the near corner. Matthews in with a hit there on Shabbat. Marner crashes into his man Jensen. Puck goes around back of the net. 9 to go, first period. 1-0 Toronto on a goal by OEL. Oliver Ekman Larson. In by Riley and around the boards to the far side. Yarncrook kept the puck in, but the Senators get it freed up, and Perron gets to broken up, and now a pass in on the left wing. Here's Lorenz. Trying to play it in front of the net, a shot right in front of the goal! Oh, the goal line. Played around the boards.
That was Yarncrook trying to fish it over the line.
Lawton after it, and now Yarncrook goes after the near boards with it, playing it along the boards. I believe we're hearing sucks chant, just in case you can't really tune in. Set down into the corner. Zone. A long pass to find Max Domi. Domi trying to go to the right wing side to Nylander, but the pass was knocked. Plays it along the boards as it comes back to the point. Trapped there, and a shot by Montepallo went wide. Into the far corner. Taken up by Tanev to Domi. Domi into the traffic, and it's around the boards and out into the neutral zone and down. Torrey. Nylander up, forechecking. He's going to get to a loose puck on the far side to keep it in. Okay, hit there from Ridley Gregg, and it is Ottawa. Riley across the line, and the linesman says that was offside. Tyson Baker and Steve linesman tonight. Brian Puckmara, Garrett Rank are the referees. 1-0 Toronto. Almost 2 on a off the goal post and off the line. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Stanley Cup playoffs at Bet365, we've got you. From game props, player props, totals, and the money line. You can even bet on futures like series winners, the Stanley Cup champions, and much, much more. Whatever your bet is, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Download the app.
What's up, insiders? All right, 1-0 Leafs. Here we go. Come on, buds. Almost 2. We've got this. The audio is getting a little bit better. Couldn't handle that TV feed there. I'm sorry. I tried it, given the poll there, but no way. It was way too bad. We have to have Joe and Jim on this channel, period. We will find a way. But yeah, Sean posted it was bad for a while. It's still cutting out in the feed from Sportsnet right now, but the commercial feeds are coming in perfectly fine on my end here, and I'll let the commercials go. Sorry about the trouble there, Leafs fans. Game 1, I guess. That's what it is. But hey, the Leafs are winning, so I don't care. As long as the Leafs win, we'll get through this. Go, Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat. Let's go. Come on. Fire it up.
A beaver spotter, a coach haul, a bear country guide, a family road trip carrier, a muddy road controller, extreme wind stabilizer, plus and we're out of... Subaru is the multi-tool that masters every unpredictable weather condition. Visit your local Subaru dealer for great lease and finance options.
Maple Leafs playoff hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Oliver won the Stanley Cup a year ago with the Florida Panthers. He has scored 4 career playoff goals coming into tonight's game, so give him one. Number 5 in the books. And he goes back into his own zone to pick up the puck to find Benoit. Trying to bat it in over the line was Lorenz. He does now. Lawton with a drive. Oh, and he whistled that just wide. Kept in by OEL on the far side. Into the far corner. Behind the net now for Lorenz. Centering pass went off his skate. Lorenz is going to get it again. Back to the point to OEL. Another shot of the Ottawa goal. Fourth line's been the best line on the ice.
For either team.
Played out at center right now. It's in with a weak wrist shot, and he got drilled before it ended up going up into the screen. Was that bad?
So Benoit first gets his stick on the attempted shot and then just follows through with the right shoulder. I don't know which got a bigger reaction from the crowd.
I think the hit did, to be honest with you. You look at last year's roster at this time playing in game one and this year's roster, and you say physical.
Yeah. I mean, you and I are the same on this. People ask, and you have to be honest and say, well, different. If it's better.
Long shot goes well wide of the Leaf goal. Marner chipping it ahead, couldn't get it ahead, denies, and the line for Stützle. Back it goes to Giroux, cutting from a sharp angle of center, and it went back to the point. Chabot doesn't send it at the net, he sends it back. Let it go. Puck comes back to the blue line, knocked down by the Maple Leafs. Ahead, it goes. Marner's got a breakaway. He's in a goal. Deep. The Leafs have a 2-0 lead. What a pass and what finish by
stuck in their own zone until Austin Matthews gloves an attempted dump in down the boards to the left. Matthews grabs it, drops it, and Mitch Marner reads the play. He took off out of the Leaf zone. Got in behind the between center and the Ottawa blue line. Walked in on Ullmark. And I think Ullmark's thinking deke all the way. Just flicks the wrist and puts it over the glove hand of Ullmark. 2-0 Toronto.
Soon we'll get Brandon Carlo along the boards for Domi. Domi in tight, got it freed up for Carlo. Reverses it for Morgan Riley. And Riley will look up ice with the lead pass to find Johnny Tavares. His feed for Nylander didn't connect, but Nylander. And he'll send it back into his own zone. Now Willie, starting out of his zone, comes to the line with a pass in on the left wing. Pontus far corner. McMahon can't get to it, and it is played out at center ice and in over the line for Zetterlund. Point, but they don't get it out initially. Puck still free, and now here's McMahon pushing it ahead for Robertson. Robert gets it into the corner. McMahon around back of the net, looks for a point man, finds him. McCabe a drive, and that hit him against the wall. He gets it freed up. Puck is pushed in along the boards into the corner and then shot down. 6:18 to play in a wild first period. Leafs have had 16 hits in the frame.
The Leafs 9-3. And yet, Leafs certainly look more dangerous, haven't they?
Played out it. In over the line with a pass for Lawton. Couldn't get a shot away as he was too well covered. Yarncrook frees it up. But gets it back to the point. D to D, it'll come to Riley, and a shot is into the chest of Ullmark, who will hold for a This crowd going crazy here at Scotiabank Arena. A 2-0 Toronto lead on goals by Oliver Marner. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Hey you! Yeah, you! I'm talking to you! Thanks for hanging out with us. This is TSI Mike, and now that we've got your attention, we're bringing you every single game of the NBA and NHL playoffs while supporting SickKids Hospital in Toronto through our Playoff Pulse campaign. Let's grow our global community. Hit that subscribe button, turn on that bell, and join the action.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Joe Bowen here, voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Playoff Pulse on Toronto Sports Insider is all about playoff thrills and making a difference, with 100% of Leaf playoff stream revenue going directly to SickKids for their life-saving treatments and research. We're aiming for 100,000 insiders to boost our impact. So subscribe now and be a part of this incredible movement. Holy Mackinac! Let's show SickKids Hospital we're here for them. Join us today.
Hey you, yeah you, Easton Cowan, Leafs prospect here. I'm loving these Playoff Pulse live hangouts. Subscribe and turn on the bell to catch every game. Keep the chat buzzing and let's cheer for SickKids together. See you in the chat.
This game brought to you in part by Big Rig Brewery and Restaurant and by Honda Ontario. 5:43 to go in period number 1. Senators have outshot the Leafs 9-4, but they trailed 2-0 as the Leafs get 2 goals on 4 shots, and actually it was 2 on 3 before that last shot.
Yeah, easy save for Ullmark, but a necessary one, right? You just got to feel the puck now, play the role of Captain Obvious and say the Senators cannot give up the next goal. And the next goal will be huge. If it's a 3-0 hole in the playoffs, it's a little different than 3-0 in regular season play.
So do I call you captain or sir?
Yeah, obvious. Yeah, boy. For this period. And the Senators, look, they've had some offensive pressure here. 9 shots on goal already.
Off the draw, a winger win as Amadio clears the puck back to Zub. His pass fluttered but didn't leave the zone. Here's a steal now. Nylander cuts back in, and he goes into the goalie and doesn't really get much of a shot away.
Rare mistake by Shane Pinto. The puck just rolled off the end of his stick as he was trying to clear the zone.
Now in the neutral zone, Tavares, his pass ahead to Benoit, doesn't connect. Out to center now. Here's Ridley Gregg. Puck hops off his stick, goes to fight to get it back, gets tied up, loses the puck. It ends up on Nylander's stick inside the Ottawa zone. Nylander back to the line. As it knocked off his stick, but it stays in the zone. Now stolen away, and Pinto throws it cross ice, but behind.
We'll go back to regroup. 2-0 Toronto. 4:50 to start. Maybe too many men there, but they get away with it. Slapped into the Ottawa zone. Down the boards, it's chipped into the... just out of his reach. And out come the Senators to center ice. Giroux can't get in over the line. Marner. Tanev. He and McCabe will exchange the disc. Tanev has it in front of his own goal. Turns back. Leafs are changing. Laid out. Yarncrook sending it into the zone. Lorenz backhands back of the net, cut off there by Lawton, couldn't get it in front. Will play it up the boards and out at center. Another good hit. Leafs as Batherson comes in with a shot that was blocked. Far corner in the Senators, centering with a pass, knocked away. Still 3, they score! Great Batherson. And it was unfortunate. Stolars looked like he was going to get his glove on it.
Fairly harmless looking shot. Stolars gets his left pad on it. And then the puck bounces in front. It's just poked in by Batherson, blocker side. And the Ottawa board. And have sliced the Leafs lead in half, 2-1 Toronto.
16-16 the top. The regular season, 27 goals and 68 points. Or 26 goals and 68 points, sorry. The Battle of Ontario is now fully engaged. Both teams have scored.
That might settle Ottawa down too, Joe.
Brought the line for McMahon. Senators go back. Clevin given a jolt there by McMahon. Cadet gets it to center and in on the right wing for Zetterlund. Zetterlund driving the net with a shot. A big scramble in front is broken up and out. From behind and tackled. The puck goes in over the line, and Pontus Holmberg couldn't quite contain it. Now, towards the back of the Ottawa goal. Back to the point, it'll come to Chris Tanev. Dished off to Domi. Domi's wrist shot off of the net. Knocked down on the play was Pontus Holmberg, and the Sens will get it off a stick. Look out, that's going into the Leaf bench. Play will be brought back into the center ice area just in front of the Ottawa bench. Drawing the assist on the goal.
It really looked like one that Anthony Stolarz was Morgan Riley as to who is going to play it, but that little hesitation by both allowed Batherson to jump in and poke it on.
But they get the puck down into the Toronto end. Played back of the net and up on the boards now for Nylander. Nylander goes, will get to center and shoot it in. On the far boards, Tavares unable to reach it. Nylander tips it back to the goal. Can't get there. But it's going to go the length of the ice. Now with 2:13 to go in the first period, we have an icing call coming against the Ottawa.
The Senators are able to bang one in on Anthony Stolarz. Stolarz comes into this and goals against average of 1.37, 964 save percentage in that streak.
Point played off on the wing for Marner. Centering pass in front, comes back to the blue line, just kept in on that. By Olmark, then he had to get a glove on it.
Not sure if
Oliver Ekman-Larsson got it through.
Boston action. And it would appear that the defense score is going to change. Matthews Cave come out to man the points. 2:03 to go in the first. Good energy by the Leafs.
Leafs win the draw. Shot goes off a leg and breaks the skate of. It comes out at center ice, and here's Tkachuk in on the left wing for Shane Pinto. A backhand shot is stopped. Brady Tkachuk accidentally fell down and bumped into Stolarz. Sure, it wasn't intended.
I don't know if that's going to get an Oscar.
No, I don't think
so. And then Shane Pinto comes in.
Lost an edge and...
Or you know what? I think he may have taken a little stick across the neck, upper chest area from McCabe, and that's what brought him down.
Well, we're going to face off to the right. Well, yeah, you think you might be right, because Claude Giroux's having a word right now with Garrett Rank, and it's not about Garrett's golf game. Face-off will be to the right of Stolarz. Stützle's back out with a new blade.
Well, that is a big question, though, Gord. Which guy on the ice tonight has the better golf game? Is it Drake Batherson or is it Rank? Now, Rank is actually ranked in Canada, but Drake is a real scratch golfer, not one of those phony made-up handicaps. He actually is a scratch golfer. So, off the draw, Chabot runs the puck around the boards. Jensen down the other side holds it in. Puck is cleared back out to center, and here's Chabot. Rolling puck, taps it back to Giroux, gets to center, and lobs it back down inside the Leaf end. Brady Tkachuk to get it. And the Leafs now break it out at center. Here's Ekman-Larsson, takes a drop pass from Marner. Marner gets it back. Marner along the boards as the puck slashed off his stick by Stützle. Stützle tries to dig it out. Lorentz kicks the puck back along the boards, and here's Giroux. Sends the puck ahead, back to the line and out. And the Leafs recovered in the neutral zone again. Benoit fires it in the Ottawa end. Up the boards, back out to center. Final minute of play here in period number 1. Here's Lawton through the middle of the ice to Carlo. And Brandon Carlo fires it back in the Ottawa end. Here's Clevin. Sends the puck ahead as Yarncroke chops it at him. Puck comes free. Lawton trying to hold it in and does. Morgan Riley now lobs one to the side of the Ottawa goal. Jensen back of his own net. Comes out with it. Gives it to Cousins. Cousins to the line and in. Puck is knocked down but not out of the zone. Now it's out of the zone and lying in the neutral zone. Nylander trying to get a hold of it. Flips it back into his own end. And Morgan Riley now skates it back to center. Through the middle of the ice. Tavares sends it to the corner for Domi. Puck is knocked away from him by Zub, and now Sanderson sends it to the line.
Oh boy.
But not out. Now Ridley Gregg boots the puck ahead, and that'll do it for period 1. A 1-goal lead for the Leafs after 20 minutes.
Well, not a bad period for the Ottawa Senators. Despite giving up 2 goals on the first 3 shots, they were the better of the teams physically, or not physically, but in the offensive zone. They clearly had a shot advantage of 13-5, better scoring opportunities. They made 2 mistakes, though, that the Leafs capitalized on. Only 5 shots on goal in total for the Toronto Maple Leafs in this first period. They will enjoy this 2-1 lead for the next 18 minutes, but then I'm guessing Ottawa will not change a thing, Dean, as far as their offensive zone game time is, or game prep is presented, because they've done a lot of good things right here in this first period.
So at the end of 1 here at Scotiabank Arena in Toronto, the Leafs with a 2-1 lead. Coming up, our first intermission with Graham and Brad, brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. You're listening to Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network. Pure Water, proudly owned and operated right here in Canada's capital for 38 years. It's spring, and that means we're celebrating our Buyer's Choice Hot Tub event. What does that mean to you? Well, nothing but Canadian goodness. 0% financing for 12 months, or we pay the tax on any hot tub. Either way, you get to soak away spring in a brand new hot tub at a sensational price. Pure Water Total Home Leisure, 2070 Robertson at Moody and Bell's Corners. You, your family, and fun. It's what we do.
Order up for Damien.
Hey, how did your doctor's appointment go, by the way? Did you ask about Rybelsus?
Actually, I'm seeing my doctor later today.
Did you say Rybelsus? My dad's been talking about Rybelsus.
Rybelsus? Really?
Yeah, he says it's a pill
That's right. Did you know it's also covered by most private insurance plans?
Well, I'll definitely be asking my doctor if Rybelsus is right for me.
Rybelsus. Ask your doctor or visit rybelsus.ca.
Order up for Rybelsus.
Playoff hockey returns to the nation's capital. Quick shot, scores! Brady Tkachuk with an overtime game winner!
Good gravy.
Your Ottawa Senators have officially clinched their spot in the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs. Let's go! Here we go! To secure your playoff seats now and lock in the best price on these tickets, become a season seat member. Here's Shabbat, game on the stick, scores! Canadian Tire Center is going to be on fire, so be there to witness the atmosphere. Visit senators.com/memberships.
Lone Star's new 3 Amigo meals from $13.99. You get chips and salsa, our new double-stacked Big Smash burger with fries and unlimited pop. Lone Star's new Big Smash, 2 handmade patties double-stacked with cheese, shredded lettuce, pickles, and secret sauce.
Hold up, did you say chips, salsa, the Big Smash burger and fries, and unlimited pop for $13.99? Whoo, someone is getting fired over this.
New 3 Amigo meals from $13.99. Available Monday to Friday till 4 p.m. Only at Lone Star.
Are you tossing and turning at night? Unable to sleep because of mounting debt? Debt can feel overwhelming, but you don't have to face it alone. I am Natalie Faubert, licensed insolvency trustee at BDO, here in Ottawa. I am here to guide you every step of the way so you can find peace of mind and finally rest easy. Call 1-833-BDO-TALK or visit bdodebt.ca to book a free consultation and discover your debt-free future.
TSN 1200, home of the Sens. Sens Intermission on TSN 1200 is brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. Now, here's the play of the period.
Here's Lawton back of the net, gets tied up. Matheson steals the puck and flips it back the other way to Shabbat. Steers the puck out to center. Cousins tips it ahead. Batherson to the line and in. Gets in, gets a shot. Pad save is made. Stolars gets the blocker and the pad on it. Stolen back. Pinto back in front. Cousins gets a shot away. Bobble. Scores! Rebound goal for Batherson.
Yeah, real nice work by Ottawa's second line. Nice play by Perron to get a puck from the wall to the high slot to Cousins, and Batherson beats Morgan Riley to the net for the rebound and pokes it past Stolars for his first career playoff goal as the play of the period. First period scoring summary time. Oliver Ekman-Larsson from Lawton and Yarncroke at 7:09 made it 1-0 Leafs, and then Marner from Matthews on a breakaway at 12:18 gave the Leafs a 2-0 lead. Despite getting outshot 9-3 at the time, it was 2-0 Leafs. Then Batherson from Cousins and Perron 16-18 cut the lead in half, 2-1. That's where we stand through 20 minutes. Shots on goal, 13-5 Senators. There have been no power plays so far in this game. This game is brought to you in part by Terry's Rugs and by St. Hubert Barbecue Chicken Ribs Hockey. We would like to welcome everyone listening along the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators radio network, including Lanark and Leeds 88.1 My FM, Sirius XM NHL Radio, TSN1200.ca, and Sens fans listening on our flagship station right here in Ottawa, Sports Radio TSN 1200. Coming up, the TSN 1200 St. Hubert Barbecue Out of Town scoreboard, and we'll analyze the first period with Brad Smith. This is Sens Hockey in the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators radio network.
Tariffs aren't an issue when you shop with GC Flooring. They've got you covered with a massive selection and the best deals guaranteed. GC is a local.
What the is going on tonight? Come on. Let's get it together, Sportsnet. Dang it. So now, ladies and gentlemen, this is still the Sportsnet 590 feed. They have now switched over to the Sens feed automatically. So I just went over to just messaged a couple people on Discord, and hopefully we'll get a response here quickly. But yeah, we're going to figure this out. Leafs up 2-1. End of the first period. Game 1. Let's go. But yeah, I appreciate it, Hazard County. I appreciate it, man. Pedro, I'm trying to go back. There's no way for me to go back. I'll share my screen. Let's show you the Maple Leafs is what's on air right now. Watch, look at this. I'm gonna share my screen on here. And then they just cut right back to, and he just explained it. I'm sure it's something. They know something's going on with the feed. They know it. So when you start having some issues, what do? You break out the Johnny. It's been a long day. It's almost game over. Let's go. Please donate today at rmhc.ca. All right, we're gonna find Joe Bowen. We're gonna fix this. Dear God. But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna do what I can do here. You guys, commercials, whatever, I'll let it run. I will update you all here as we go. But our buds making it happen right now. 2-1. Let's go. Come on. Hey, you know what? I apologize on behalf of these issues already. I don't know what the hell's going on yet, and but it's been a crappy audio feed to start this live, and I apologize for that. Here you go. Back to what is. I'll throw up the Maple Leafs playing here with the Senators feed. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Ram, Chrysler, and Subaru. And we've got you covered long after the sale. We service all makes and models.
TSN 1200, home of the NFL. Back to Sens Hockey on TSN 1200. Now let's check out the out-of-town scoreboard. Brought to you by St. Hubert Barbecue, chicken, ribs, and hockey.
Great shooter. 2 other Stanley Cup playoff games today. One of them this afternoon.
Okay, what the, look at that. Look at live blue. We're good. Maple Leafs. What the hell's going on? There you go. Maggie says check the DMs. Maggie, my man. I'll be right back. Maggie has a message, and Maggie is verified on YouTube. Go check out Maggie's channel, Maggie Gaming. Heck yeah. How many subscribers you got, Maggie? Let them know while I jump on the Discord and throw your link out too while you're at it, Maggie. We got lots of Leafs fans in here just dying to chat it up and deal with these Let's go. Come on, buds. Let's go.
NBA playoffs, where earlier today, the Thunder with a massive 51-point win, 131-80 over the Grizzlies to take a 1-0 series lead over Memphis. The Celtics have a 1-0 series lead on Orlando thanks to a 103-86 win. The Cavs are up 58-45 on the Heat with about 3.5 minutes left in the first half in their game one of their first round series. And Rockets and Warriors 9:30 tip from Houston. The Jays, tough day. They fall 8-3 to the Mariners. Back in Toronto, Senators trail 2-1 after 20 minutes, Shooter, and I thought it was a pretty good first period from Ottawa in terms of, hey, like most of the guys in the lineup, they're playing their first playoff game. They're out shooting the Leafs 13-5, but 2 breakdowns led to 2 goals. What did you see on that first one, a fourth-line goal for the Leafs?
The combination on the first one was bad gap control by Thomas Chabot and Nick Jensen, specifically Chabot there. Tough period for that tandem in general. But the second layer of offense coming up the ice beat the back checkers of the Sens. Your fourth and fifth guys, and Ekman Larsson walked right down Broadway and beat Allmark with a good shot. So that was the first goal. The second goal, Mitch Marner gets in behind the defense. It's an unreal pass by Austin Matthews up the middle of the ice, but you don't like to see one guy getting behind both your defensemen.
Yeah, it was a play. Stützle comes back to Jensen, and he goes to dump it back in the corner. Yeah. Matthews grabs it off the wall, and then Marner, who was coming to check Jensen, kind of slips behind him, and a great feed by Matthews, and Marner goes and beats Omar glove side. What did you think of Omar's first period? Both goals beat him to the glove side.
It was okay. There was another one that it almost squeaked through that hit the post too. Maybe you'd like to see him make that glove save, bail out your team a little bit. Then we're not talking about the first goal. Second goal can't do too much about. That's a highly skilled pass and goal. But I did like the Sens' response to it, specifically the Cousins line. Who this is their trademark. A good cycle. They get it out in the slot. It's a second opportunity. Stolarz doesn't handle the rebound, and Drake Batherson, we talked about pregame show, there's no quit in his game lately, and he goes right to the right spot, and he just kind of knifes it over him, and it's a grinding goal, and you're going to need a couple more of those.
So Stolarz has 12 saves in that first period, but I found that when pucks were getting put on him, they kind of bounced off him a little bit. Like, what would you be your mindset as a shooter for the Senators right now? Just kind of how he was handling in that first period.
More of it. And also when the defense pinch, shooting off the net, because it looks like he's losing his angle a little bit. The Sens are making a conscious effort to get to the crease area. Toronto's doing their best to box them out, but you'll get that bounce if you keep delivering pucks to the net.
What did you think of the Stützle line and for him and Tkachuk, their first playoff action, first period?
Pretty solid. And I like the physicality. Tim Stützle had 4 hits that period. Not that you want him out there running guys. A couple shots on goal. And you think that they're making quick enough decisions from the hash marks down that something's going to pop for them here in the second or third period.
Anyone else stand out, whether it's good or bad, from Sen's perspective in that period?
I like Cleven's ability to talk about he's like a human eraser when he's playing well and boxing guys out. And I think for the most part, that third pairing has done their job on defense.
We talked a lot about Zetterlund and potentially moving up the lineup at some point. So he did get a shift in Perron's spot with that Cousins line. And then right after the next shift for that line, they ended up scoring. And then he had a pretty good rush down the right side and put the puck on net. There was a rebound, but it got cleared, and then he had a great job on the back check. He looks really engaged in that first 20 minutes.
He does, and this is where if he, like he did in the regular season, if he continues to bide his time and playing like that big, strong north-south game, he's 220-pound body, very tough to knock off the puck and very stable on his feet. If he keeps playing like that, it becomes a situation where the coach can't ignore it anymore, and they have to play him more.
So pretty good first period, despite the two breakdowns, and both of them end up in the back of the net, but then you cut the lead in half, and it's 2-1. You get 40 minutes left. They get 20 minutes under their belt for all the guys that hadn't experienced this before. What are they feeling now, and what are you expecting in the second period?
Well, I'm expecting that the nerves will be a little bit less, and that they'll just go out and play. You saw there, Creech, 3 or 4 times we looked at each other where the passing was off, uncharacteristically off. There was almost a too many men penalty on an errant pass. So just a little more flow to their game. They get the nerves out, the physicality's there, and just do things out of instinct.
Game 1, round 1, Battle of Ontario, 20 minutes in the books. The first intermission has been brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. Coming up, it's the second with Dean and Gord. At the end of the first period, the score is 2-1 Maple Leafs. You're listening to Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Ready for thrilling shutouts and exciting power plays? Save all hockey season with a CAA hat trick. Members save big on select Ottawa Senators home games. Get $15 off Lot 4 parking at Canadian Tire Center with ticket purchase and 10% off official merch. Memberships start at $30. Join today and save 10% on new memberships. Visit CAAeveryday.ca. Conditions apply.
I'm standing and cheering for Canada. Hi, this is Chantal Kreviazik. It's not our way to boast, but Canadians are standing strong from coast to coast to coast to protect Canadian jobs and support Canadian businesses for this country that only us command. Shop as if your country depends on it. Keep your money in Canada for Canada.
From the WHL to the OHL and the QMJHL.
Scores!
The League Championship Series.
Could be the dagger!
Culminating with the Memorial Cup.
You couldn't script this any better!
CHL Hockey lives on TSN and TSN+.
Hi, Arash Madani here. At Honda, they built the CR-V Sport just like you'd build a team for the playoffs. Reliable performance? It's a Honda. Versatility? You've got all-wheel drive. High IQ plays? That's Honda sensing technology. Resilience and grit? You bet. After all, it's Canadian. Make your playoff drive count. Bring home the Ontario-built CR-V Sport. Lease today with rates from 0.99% for 24 months. OAC conditions apply. Made with domestic and imported parts. See HondaOntario.com.
Foreigner.
You're as cold as
The Jukebox Hero Tour. October 28th. The Arena at TD Place. With special guest, 5440. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster.ca.
Hey, I'm Dwayne. The inside of my garage is where I keep my tools, tires, hockey gear, and of course, my truck, which I always get serviced at Canada's Garage, Canadian Tire. But, and most importantly, the outside door is always the road hockey net. Nice shot, Amber.
Thanks, Dwayne. And you too, Amber.
No probs.
At Canada's Garage, we have over 150 bays in the Ottawa area, experienced service technicians, and great deals year-round. Just check the website for what's on right now. Canadian Tire, Canada's Garage.
TSN 1200, home of the Red Blacks.
All right, welcome back inside Scotiabank Arena here in Toronto, everybody. Gord Wilson alongside Dean Brown getting set for period number 2. 20 in the books here, and it's a 2-1 Leaf lead. They jumped out to a 2-0 lead on goals from Ekman Larsson at 7:09 and Marner at 12:18. It was 2-0 Toronto.
It's the Minnesota Wild. Nights on Sirius 209, XM 219, and Internet 949. Wild on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 933. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL.
13-5. The hit count 4. Even at 6 apiece. The Toronto Maple Leafs did have the edge in face-offs, though. Dean, they won 57% of the draws. Shots on goal, 13-5, favoring the Senators. What do you think of the over-under here, Dean? It started at 5.5, did it not?
She is going up, my friend. Yes, started the game at 5.5 as we entered the second period. Over-under creeping up to 7.5. Reminder, you can make every moment more on FanDuel, North America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel, download the app. It is simple and easy to use.
All right, the Senators went into the locker room down by 1, and it's a one-shot game now. And I got to be honest with you, Dean, I think they felt pretty good about how they played in that first period. The Mitch Marner goal could have been avoided. He had a breakaway from center ice in on a perfect feed from Austin Matthews.
Take the heat.
With offensive zone pressure that led to from the point a turnover on the half boards, and Marner crept out and snuck in between both Jensen and Chabot, who are both -2 here in this hockey game. This second is underway with the play-by-play. Here's Dean.
And the Leafs send it down to the Ottawa line and in. Here's Giroux back in his zone, taps it back of the net. And Sanderson turns away from a hit from Nyes and sends it around the boards for Giroux, who clears the puck ahead, and then he gets smoked by McCabe. Back at the other end, Brady Tkachuk puts Matthews into the boards as the puck is sent back out to center and down to the Ottawa line. Here's Zub now. Head to Sanderson. Sanderson gets to the line, dumps it in. But McCabe knocks it down and now clears it down to the Ottawa line for Nyes. He slides the puck into the Ottawa zone. Zub ties up along the boards, and Brady Tkachuk.
All right, I'm putting this hockey game back on here. I have searched thick and thin. I have talked to Jelly. I have talked to a bunch of people. I am struggling over here, and we're going to get this game on for you. Come hell or high water. Let's go. Both feeds on SiriusXM are Ottawa. I have 2 Ottawa feeds right now and a TV feed. I'm just going to probably switch to the TV feed in the time being, and I'm going to switch the NBA game on the other channel to the Leafs feed to see what the deal is there, because that's running on a completely different set of servers at the other office. Go Leafs, go.
Steals it. Tkachuk, bury in. Tkachuk, hit shot. Save is made by Stolars.
What a great burst of speed from Brady Tkachuk as he heads off here. That's the end of a long shift for him.
Here's Nylander back the other way, moves in his shot off the stick of Ullmark. Back of the net. Nylander gets it again. Bounces the puck to the side of the net. Out the other side. Centering pass knocked down. Tavares denied by a sprawling Ullmark.
Desperation save. Boy, oh boy, that was a dandy from Ullmark.
Puck is dumped down in the Leaf zone. Ridley Gregg sends it to the corner. Ekman Larsson tries to throw a hit on him and wipes himself out. And now back in his own zone. Here's Benoit with it.
5-hole try from Brady Tkachuk on the breakaway, Dean. Denied by the big pads of Anthony Stolars.
Clearing attempt by Chabot. Fails. There's a quick shot. A high riser from Lorentz that just misses. Off the boards now. Here's Chabot. To the line and in. Tipped in by Gaudette. McCabe goes in to get it. Zetterlund puts the shoulder into him. Pass back to the point and coming across Clevens. He drives Lorentz off the puck as Matt and Paolo back in the zone end. Slides the puck across. There's Cleven back of his own net. Leafs changing, as is Ottawa, so Cleven just waits that out. Now Cleven dishes it off, and the puck steered all the way back down ice. Icing waved off as Perron sent it into the Leaf zone off his skate. Holmberg along the boards. Puck is knocked down as it hits the referee in the corner. Now a clearing attempt fails, and Perron ends up with it. Back to the point. And there was a shot by Cousins, didn't get through. Another shot, that one from Sanderson, missed high. Puck tipped off the boards, back out to center, and here's Dylan Cousins back in his zone end to get it. Cross to Sanderson, clears the puck through the neutral zone. It is picked up there by Robertson. Morgan Riley now sends a slow roller into the Ottawa zone. Sanderson around the boards, and he takes a good shot there from Bobby McMahon. Here's Sanderson under siege from Morgan Riley, who wins the puck, sends it back in front of the Ottawa goal, now stolen away. Pinto back up ice to Ridley Gregg. Ridley Gregg tries to go back through the middle, and Ekman Larsson breaks it up. Centering pass back to the point. Amadio with a shot. That's blocked by Nice. Back in front. Pinto with a shot. Save is made by Stolars.
Oh, what a come across from Anthony Stolars, and 2 huge saves here in the first 3 minutes and 45 seconds of this period from the Toronto netminder to keep it a 2-1 game and give him a ton more confidence. He stops a point-blank breakaway by Brady Tkachuk in the first minute 15, and then a point-blanker again from 25 feet out by Shane Pinto, and Stolars collapsed outside the blue paint, square to the puck, and made a beautiful save going from left to right to deny Shane Pinto the equalizer in the early stages of this second period.
Face-off to the right of Stolarz. Stutzle in the face-off circle, loses the draw to Scott Lawton. Not cleared around the boards, but not out. Now it's cleared out, and Chabot picks it up at his own line. Ahead to Brady Tkachuk, who whips it back down inside the Toronto end. Stolarz back along the boards, but gives it away. And we're going to get a penalty call here, and I believe it's going to go to Tim Stutzle. And the first power play of this game will go to the Leafs. Stutzle will head off, and it happened behind the play. I got to tell you, I don't know exactly what the call is, but we'll find out here momentarily.
Yeah, Garrett Rank keeping us all in mystery.
2 minutes boarding.
2 minutes for boarding. Scott Lawton on the receiving end of that boarding penalty here, and well, left his feet ever so slightly. Sorry, it was Chris Tanev on the receiving end of that. Lawton came in to have a few words, I think, for Mr. Stutzle. He did leave his feet, and
legit call.
Yeah, I guess so. So power play chance number 1 of this game goes to the Leafs. They have limped into the playoffs with power play that's gone 0 for 10 in their last 4 games.
Penalty kill brought to you by Alpine Credits. Face off to the right of Ullmark. Tavares wins the draw over Claude Giroux. Pass to the middle, redirected in front, scores! Tavares gets his own rebound, 3-1 lead.
Well, that took all of 9 seconds, and it's the little things that the Senators are losing here, and well, it's not so little. It's a face-off win again by Toronto. I had mentioned they had won 57% of the draws. They win this face-off with ease and gain control of the puck. Shot comes through. It gets deflected off Tavares into the chest of Linus Ullmark, but before he could react to get himself square again, Tavares is on it and pokes this by him. He got his own rebound, basically, and beat Ullmark low glove side this time, and it's a 3-1 Toronto lead. That's a huge goal. The Senators have 2 shots on goal this period, 2 when it was 2-1, and both were point-blank chances to tie the hockey
with
game.
3 goals on just 8 shots in this game, but they have been very opportunistic. Off the face-off again. Leafs put it inside the zone. Lawton dumps it in. Puck along the boards, and Batherson clears it back out to center. At center now. Puck is heaved high in the air by Benoit. Back into the Ottawa end. Jensen back to the net. Tried to get it to Chabot. Got bound up, though. Now Chabot chips it to the boards. Perron ties up his man. Chabot again sends the puck ahead. Now Ottawa breaks it out as Jensen airmails it back down to the Leaf zone. Puck is gloved to the boards as Cousins tries to knock Benoit off the puck. Puck is sent back out to center. Here's Perron dumping it back into his zone end for Matt Palo. His lead pass to the line for Cousins, interrupted by Ekman Larsson. And now here's Holmberg back with it. Right side of the Ottawa line, dumps it to the corner. Here's Chabot. Shovels it around the boards in Giroux. Steers the puck ahead, can't get it out. On the other side again, here's Chabot. Through the middle of the ice, and now Giroux tries to weave it across, and his pass hits a skate. And again, Ottawa loses possession. Tanev from center. Heaves it back down inside the zone. Sanderson steers the puck ahead, and Ottawa breaks it out. Lead pass to the line. Here's Brady Tkachuk. Gives it back. Stutzle inside. Loses the puck. It's cleared off the boards. Back to center as Tkachuk dives to try and hold it in, but can't. Offside the call, and a face-off back outside the zone. This game brought to you in part by Audi Ottawa, Audi City Ottawa, and Audi.
Hasn't gotten underway from opening weekend, and that is Rockets Warriors tomorrow. And you are right. That was one of the games we discussed at length last night, because the Warriors have not only experience, they got championship experience. They got guys who have won ring after ring after ring after ring. The Rockets don't even come close to matching that. Former
second 2-goal lead for Toronto in this hockey game. So needless to say, I'll be Captain Obvious again and say next goal is huge in the contest.
Thank you, Captain.
You're welcome.
Mitch Marner with a goal and a helper in this game so far. Back to the point, here's Sanderson. Whips it across. Zub throws it in front, knocked down, and the pass intended for Pinto hit him in the skate. There's Ridley Gregg. Tried to send it back for Amadio. And then behind the play, Ridley Gregg is going to take a penalty here as he was hit, and then he retaliated. Ekman Larsson is down, and the trainer's coming over the boards. And I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I believe John Tavares is leaking a bit in the corner, so he gets up. He seems to be okay. No, not leaking. He's not bleeding at all, so just shaken up somehow.
Well, Ridley Gregg's heading to the penalty box here. Brady Tkachuk is going over to talk to the officials. They're having a discussion here, Dean, and they may be thinking that maybe this is more than just 2 minutes. Well, Tavares came in to make a check, and Gregg got his stick up, caught him in the chin area and side of the head. It's clearly a cross-checking penalty, without question. Tavares is up and okay, but the officials are really, really discussing this. We're going to listen in here to hear what Garrett Rank has to say.
Ottawa, number 71, has been assessed a 5-minute major.
The play is under review, but this on the ice is a 5-minute major with 14 minutes to go in the second period, and the Leafs with a 3-1 lead. Ridley Gregg's night could be done.
Well, and if it is in the 5 stands, don't forget that is a 5-minute continuous power play for the Leafs. If they score, it does not end. It's 5 continuous minutes of power play time if this call stands. Now, when they go to review, that means they've established that it's 5, and if it is 5, it's 5 in a game. But they can also look at it and downgrade it to a double minor or downgrade it to a simple minor. So we'll see if they do, but they've already established that it's 5 in a game, and we'll see if it goes down from there.
Yeah, and one of the changes that the league made in the offseason was allow the officials to review it. I mean, it's a fast game, right? You sometimes see peripheral vision. Let's listen again. Voice of Garrett Rank.
After video review, Ottawa, number 71, has been assessed a 2-minute minor penalty for cross-check.
So it goes from being a 5-minute penalty and a game ejection down to a double minor and then down to a simple minor for cross-checking. And I think probably the biggest reason was he did not plan to do it. It was a reaction to being checked and somebody going to hit him high, and he hit him high back. So I think that's why it's gone from being a 5 in a game to a simple minor penalty.
Well, this can be a huge turning point in the hockey game. Not needless to say, it's another power play for Toronto. They needed 9 seconds to score their first power play goal to make it a 3-1 game. Face-off will be to the right to Linus Ullmark.
This penalty kill brought to you by Alpine Credits. Claude Giroux wins the draw. Puck in behind the net, sent around the boards, back down ice by Thomas Chabot.
And a good start here. Ottawa will kill the first 9 seconds of this one.
Back to center with it now. Here's Nylander to the line. Cross to Matthews along the boards for Nyes. Loses the puck, and it's back out to center. Here's Highmore. Carries it to the line, and he gets wiped out at the line. Here's Giroux, though. Drops it back to his own end to waste some time. Sanderson hurries back to pick it up. Now off the boards, back down ice once again. In the neutral zone now. Here's Tavares to the line. Carries it in, goes to the wing for Nylander. Puck is knocked away from him by Pinto, who slaps it back out and down to the Toronto end.
Gaudette replacing Ridley Gregg on the penalty kill pairing with Shane Pinto, Dean.
Minute gone, minute to go in this Ottawa penalty. Clearing the temp by Pinto fails. And here's Nylander along the boards. Nylander goes low. Nyes in front for the bang-bang play, and Tavares gets a piece of it. Puck comes free to the corner. And a penalty call is on the way against Gaudette as he cross-checked Matthews into the corner and then gives him a punch. Gaudette is going to go, and there's going to be 44 seconds of 5-on-3 power play time for the Leafs, and they are drooling in anticipation.
Well, it's drooling at an unraveling, and the Senators need to compose themselves here, Dean. This is all about composure, and right now the Senators are losing theirs. Brady Tkachuk again wanting to talk to the officials.
Ottawa penalty, number 81, 2 minutes, cross-checking.
Cross-checking goes to Gaudette. Brady now gets a chance to speak. Yeah, from behind, close to the boards here against the star player. It's going to get called every time, whether you like it or not. Matthews got upended. Cross-check from behind here, and
Toronto has called a timeout to try and map out a plan to take immediate advantage of this 5-on-3. And, of course, the penalty kill, as always, brought to you by Alpine Credit. So right now they are mapping out a strategy because obviously they want to try and get 2. They want to get 1 before the first power play comes to an end so they can be on the power play successively twice.
Well, the Senators have done a terrific job killing the first 1 minute and 16 seconds of Ridley Gregg's 2-minute cross-checking penalty. But it's just extra work here now with 12:44 to go in this second period. The Leafs with a 3-1 lead thanks to John Tavares' goal from Nylander and Marner at 4:07. That was a power play goal. And Ottawa, that came just after Ottawa had 2 glorious opportunities in the first 4 minutes of the second period to tie this game. Anthony Stolarz large. Shots are now 15-9 favoring Ottawa. Face off to the right of who should be the best penalty killer here in this 5-on-3. Linus Ullmark settles in.
Face-off, scores! Nylander off the face-off. 4-1 Leafs, and they stay on the power play.
Well, he scored 45 this season, including 12 with the man advantage. Not sure how many of those might have been on the 5-on-3, but the ice just opened up for him. And again, it's a face-off win for Toronto, and Linus gets blown by blocker's side this time. I think it was Austin Matthews, was settling in the face-off circle to the left of Ullmark, and no doubt peripheral vision Ullmark would have seen Austin Matthews with the stick high in the air and waiting for an anticipation, a potential pass from Nylander. And there was hesitation perhaps from Ullmark to get completely square to the puck in anticipation of having to perhaps move laterally from right to left. He didn't have to, he didn't move the right way because this one went low blocker side. 4-1 Toronto leads. They remain on the power play.
Leafs have now scored 4 on 10 shots.
That's not playoff winning goaltending right there. But they have been glorious chances here too for Toronto.
Again, this power play, or penalty kill rather, brought to you by Alpine Credits as Matthews re-enters the zone. Here's Marner, sends it to the boards again for Nylander. His shot, that one goes off the shoulder of Ullmark, back to the point. Matthews to Marner on the point. Gets it across to Tavares with a shot. Blocker saved by Ullmark. To the corner, puck along the boards. Pinto takes a slap at it, can't get it out. Here's Nylander in behind the net. Nylander up the other side with it. Sweeps it back to the point. Marner to Nylander. Shot knocked down by Ullmark.
Dean, these are just look what hit me saves here. He's not moving at all. He's not seeing anything.
Timing is everything. Right now,
to the corner.
ABC
Matthews on the goal line.
$5,000 in instant savings on
sends a
select
shot
heating
in.
and cooling
Ullmark
systems.
takes it in the
no
face.
mail-in rebates, no waiting,
Matthews
just
again.
instant.
Cuts through. His shot goes off a leg. Pinto clears it back out. 30 seconds to go in the Toronto power play.
Honest to goodness, Dean, there were 2 shots that Linus had no clue where they were coming from, and they just, fortunately for him, just hit him.
Leafs back to the line and in. Back of the net. Puck sent around the boards and back down ice by Chabot. Leafs will not get another full rush out of the man advantage. As Gaudette is back out now. Puck is cleared along the boards and the Leafs hold it in. Here's Robertson and he gets blown apart by Jensen back to the point. Here's a chance by OEL. Save is made. Ullmark gloves it and then slashes Domi on his way by. 4-1 Leafs lead here in period number 2 with 10:38 remaining and a face-off when we come back. You're listening to Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Hi, Arash Madani here. At Honda, they built the CRV Sport just like you'd build a team for the playoffs. Reliable performance? It's a Honda. Versatility? You've got all-wheel drive. High IQ plays? That's Honda sensing technology. Resilience and grit?
Hey sports fans, it's TSI Mike. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. It's that time of the show. Please let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Where in the world are you hanging out with us at? Let us know your city and province, city and state if you're in the United States, city and country flag all over the world. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and letting us know and everyone know where you're watching. And also, you can check out that link that's pinned in the chat and in the description, our live viewers tab on our website, and go see where everybody's watching from.
Where in the world are you watching from? Now's the time to show for you to let us know where you're watching from in that chat or by visiting our new live viewers website. Holy Mackinac! As we are passing 100,000 insiders on Toronto Sports Insider, the playoff pulse is a global force. Visit TorontoSportsInsider.com to see our live viewer map and where fans are cheering from right across the globe. While you're there, check out our awesome new website and fresh merch options. Let's keep growing this global community.
Plus.com.
Shots are 15-14 favoring the Senators with 10:38 to go in this second period, but it's been a disastrous first 9.5 minutes for Ottawa. They've missed opportunities in the offensive zone on the two shots that they have, glorious chances to tie the hockey game. The Leafs come back down. They get two power play goals, back-to-back power play goals from Tavares and Nylander. They've opened up a 4-1 lead. Senators need to get some composure back into their game.
Puck in the corner, Ottawa zone off the draw. McMahon tries to send it across to Domi. Amadio in to try and win it, does. Ridley Gregg taps it ahead and out to center. Here's Pinto. To the line, flips the puck in, goes to get it himself. Ekman Larsson puts up a screen so that his defense partner doesn't get smeared. And remember, interference does not get called in the playoffs. There's a shot by Domi from the wing, kicked out by Ullmark. Here's McMahon to get it. Has to wait for someone to come and check him. Sweeps it back to the net. Here's Domi now trying to get away from Shabbat. Back along the boards. McMahon tied up by Ridley Gregg. Puck in the corner. Now Nick Robertson. Cross-check to the ice by Nick Jensen. Puck comes back to the point and held in. Now out to center. Lead pass to the line. Here's Amadio. Gets inside the zone. Loses the puck on entry and still has it. Goes cross ice. Brady Tkachuk with a shot and a pad save by Stolars. Loose puck. Back to the point. There's Manpalo with a shot that gets blocked on the way there. Yarncroke chops it back out to center. Trickles to the Ottawa line. Now dumped back in by Giroux. Round the boards. Puck in the corner and Tkachuk to the other side. Here's Giroux. Along the board, sends it back to the other corner. On the other side, Stützle comes across, puts Tanev into the boards. Puck drifts all the way back down to the Ottawa end. Back of his own net to get it. Here's Matt and Palo. This game brought to you in part by the Myers Automotive Group and by GC Flooring. Out to center now. Here's Matt and Palo. Dumps the puck down inside the Toronto end. Along the boards. Scooped back of his own net by Carlo. Up the boards. It gets by Nyes and trickles back to the Senators' end. Here's Dylan Cousins now back of his own goal. Cousins gets away from Matthews. Cousins to the wing and in. Here's Batherson. Gets in. His shot off the post. Batherson chimes the iron and the puck is cleared back out to center.
That iron on the left side sings loudly here, Dean. Glove hand side shot from Drake Batherson.
Here's Perron in the corner with it. Puts it back to the net for Cousins. Cousins tries to refeed Perron. It doesn't work, but back to the point. Here's Jensen. Tries to fire it through. That's blocked. And back out to center now. Marner can't get it out. Here's Batherson with it. Batherson along the boards. Drops it back. Jensen with a shot. Knocked down in front. Loose puck in the high slot. Bouncing. It finally cleared by Nyes. Gets to center and dumps the puck down inside the Ottawa end. Along the boards. Here's Jensen with it. Sends it ahead to the line and in. Ekman Larsson in his own zone to get it. Puck is cleared out to center and now back in his own end to retrieve. Here's Thomas Chabot in the neutral zone. Puck is flipped to the corner by Pinto. Ekman Larsson back up the boards, but Pinto can't snare it. And the puck drifts back out to center. Tavares to the line and in, gets a shot gloved down by Ullmark. And he will hold on for a face-off as Holmberg goes to the net. And that draws the attention of several. And now a little meeting in behind the Ottawa goal.
Well, this is all well and good, the pushing, shoving, face washing, and everything else, and just trying to get yourself involved more than anything, but you cannot get pulled from the herd and end up going into the penalty box. The Senators have they've made way to 3 power play opportunities for the Leafs here in this second period, and Toronto has capitalized on 2 of them, including one 5-on-3. Let's take a break.
4-1, Toronto leads in the second. Is the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
It may be just a little chip now, but it won't be long until that little chip turns into something much nastier. Uniglass Plus can fix that little chip.
Hey sports fans, thank you so much for hanging out with us here on Toronto Sports Insider during the playoff pulse. Our mission is simple, bringing sports fans together to hang out, cheer, and change the world one insider at a time, while supporting SickKids Hospital in Toronto every single game.
Cheers, insiders and sports fans from around the world. The Playoff Pulse campaign on Toronto Sports Insider is uniting fans worldwide through the thrill of NHL and NBA playoffs. Every game, every fan, every moment counts. The link is pinned in the chat and in the description. Check out our campaign page. Donate if you can, or share it with friends. Holy Mackinac! Every click helps sick kids heal the future. Just by being here, you have already made an impact. Now, chat it up, keep it classy, and let's keep changing the world one insider at a time.
Back to life at Terry's Rugs, 50 Slack Road.
This is Drake Batherson, and you're listening to Sens Hockey on TSN 1200.
Janny King, experts in construction cleaning, final cleaning, site trailer cleaning, and more. For all your construction cleanup needs, call Janny King, the official cleaning company of the Ottawa Senators and Canadian Tire Center.
All right, thanks to Drake Batherson taking us out of break here, Dean. He has 3 shots on goal, 1 goal, and he has stung one off post in behind the glove-hand side of Anthony Stolarz in this 4-1 Toronto lead. Face off to the right of Linus Ullmark. Shots now even at 17 apiece. They were 13-5 at the end of one period of play. So 12-4 are the shots favoring the Leafs.
Since the Leafs scored their last goal to make it 4-1, they've had 7 shots. So I take that to mean, Gord, they're trying to score more.
Yes, good point by you. I'm passing the cape over to you, Dean, from Captain Obvious in this seat to Captain Obvious in your seat.
Thank you very much. I salute you, my friend. Face-off just outside the Ottawa line.
Hooking is going to be called here against Willem Nylander. Oh, boy, okay. Willie Stiles is heading off in the box for a hook. The puck got chipped into the Toronto bench, and I thought it was just business as usual off the Ottawa face-off, but Nylander is called for hooking. Going to have to see it on the replay. It came off the face-off, Dean, with Dylan Cousins going to the puck on the half-boards. He got it and chipped it off Simon Benoit into the Toronto bench, but he had the stick of Willie Nylander in the midsection, so Ottawa now with an opportunity here with their first power play of the evening.
Off the drop, puck is chipped back to the point. Here comes Mitch Marner, short-handed, down to the Ottawa line, flips the puck across to Matthews. Austin Matthews along the boards in his own, in the Ottawa zone, sends it around the boards and on the other side. Here's McCabe to get it. Slaps it back the other way. This power play brought to you by CAA North and East Ontario. First comes Batherson out of his own end.
First 20 seconds, along to the Leafs penalty killers.
Sanders from the line, ships it in himself, taps it back to the net. Coming in, puck along the boards, and back to the point. Brady Tkachuk gets it across to Stützle. Stützle now slings it back to the point. Sanderson gets it across. There's a shot right on. Loose puck in front. Steered to the corner by Järnkrok, and he clears it back down ice.
Boy, the Senators, that shot, Dean, was going about 6 feet wide. They got a break, though, and it stopped out in front by, I think, Järnkrok, and the puck was there for the taking. Toronto took it.
Back out to center now. Here's Giroux. Down to the line and in. Gets in, drops it back for Perron. Here's Perron in the corner. Sweeps it back to the point for Chabot. Chabot Top of the circle, here's Perron. Perron has Nyes all over him, drops it back. Here's Zetterlund, cross ice. Giroux knocks it down, his shot right on. Loose puck back in front. A blocker save from Stolarz off a one-timer from Zetterlund.
Kid can't buy a break here offensively.
In behind the net, Carlo gets swarmed, holds onto the puck, finally gets it across, and Benmo with a chance to get it out. Up the boards and does. Push it past Chabot and back out. Chabot back into his own end. 20 seconds to go in the Ottawa power play. Here's Giroux.
The basketball playoffs are here on Prize Picks, the best place to cash in on the action. The app is so simple to use. Just pick more.
Along the boards, Brady Tkachuk tries to drop it back to the point, but the puck is cleared, not out. Held in. Here's Tkachuk. His shot misses. Back along the boards. Saved by Perron back in front. Here's Chabot at the point. Gets it across for Giroux. Fires it in. That one just missed, and it deflects up into the mesh. And a face-off in the Toronto zone just as Nylander comes out of the box.
Well, that's a good kill by Toronto, Dean. They dodged a couple of bullets here. The score remains 4-1 with 5:17 to go in this second.
You're listening to Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
I'm standing here with my head held high. For Canada. Hi, Brian Williams here. You know, over the years, I have been fortunate to work so many big international sporting events in so many different countries. And regardless of the country, the reaction.
Hey, sports fans! Thank you for hanging out with us and chatting it up. We're thrilled to bring you the Playoff Pulse. Catch every single NHL and NBA playoff game right here while supporting an incredible cause, SickKids Hospital. Together, we can make a difference with every single view.
Holy Mackinac! Joe Bowen here, the voice of your Toronto Maple Leafs. Every moment you watch on Toronto Sports Insider helps SickKids Hospital. 100% of Leafs playoff stream revenue goes straight to their life-saving care, helping kids in our community and beyond. This is what Playoff Pulse is all about, bringing playoff excitement and making a lasting impact for those who need it most. So let's rally together and show sick kids we're in their corner.
Hey everyone, Easton Cowan here. Let's amplify our impact. Every like, share, and subscribe boost our donations to Sick Kids. Watch the games, get hyped, and spread the word to grow our Playoff Pulse community. Join us now.
5:17 to go in the second period here in Toronto. Leafs with a 4-1 lead over the Ottawa Senators. This game brought to you in part by Great Canadian Oil Change and by Lazy Boy Home Furnishings and Decor.
All right, so one power play opportunity in the books here for the Senators. They go 0-for-1. Their power play coming into postseason play, ranked 11th in the NHL. They were tied with Detroit for the most power play goals in 82 games of the regular season, Dean, with 64. 0-for-1 with the man advantage tonight.
Off the draw, back to the point. Here's Chabot. Sends one through. That hits a body on the way to the net. Never actually gets to Stolarz, and the puck is cleared out by Nyes. Chabot out to center. Lead pass to the line intended for Brady Tkachuk, but he was being blocked from getting it from Tanev, so a face-off will come back down to the Senators zone. Now 5:02 to go in this second stanza.
Senators have to figure out a way to be better at the dots here, Dean. They've spent a lot of time in their own end off lost face-offs in their end. This will be Adam Gaudette up against Austin Matthews to the right of Linus Ullmark. The Leafs have won 53% of the draws to this point in the game.
Off the face-off. Gaudette wins it over Austin Matthews, and now here's Sanderson off the glass. Ahead to center, and Tim Stützle to the line. Stützle along the boards and in. Plays it back to the net. Here's Brady Tkachuk. And Tkachuk back to the point for Chabot. His shot knocked down before it gets to the net, and the Leafs clear it back out.
Okay, right now, Adam Gaudette on the line with Stützle and Tkachuk. It wouldn't surprise me at all, Dean, if we see Fabian Zetterlund up there next.
Here's Tkachuk moving in. His shot. Tried to go high glove. Missed. Stützle along the board. Shovels it back in behind the net. Brady Tkachuk gets turned around. Batherson comes in to try and clear out some space. And now Marner along the board. Sends the puck ahead and back out. Clevin through the middle of the ice to Perron. Along the boards for Batherson to chase. Tanev gets in there first. Here's Carlo now. Gets the puck ahead as he takes contact. Marner back to center with it. Got McMahon with him. Marner cuts against the flow, drops it off. Here's Morgan Riley to the corner. Fires a shot in that misses. Back to the point. Brandon Carlo, the former Bruin, to the corner. Brings around the boards on the other side. Here's McMahon. Flipped off his stick by Clevin, but not out. Now it's out, and Clevin through the neutral zone. Carries it to the line and in. Clevin sends it around the boards, and he takes some contact from Carlo. There's two very big men. It's like minivans colliding there. Along the boards in the neutral zone, and finally gets flipped by Carlo back down to the Ottawa end. Sanderson up on the wing for Ridley Gregg. Wicks off his stick to the corner. Here's Morgan Riley round the boards. Puck is picked up but not out. Zub holds it in. Pinto whips it to the corner. Here's Amadio in behind the net. Amadio out the other side. Throws the puck back to the point. Zub fires it in. The puck is deflected over top of the net by Ridley Gregg. Puck in behind the goal. It comes out, and Tavares now chips it ahead, but not out. Pinto holds it in. On the other side with it now. Puck is tipped ahead. Amadio cross ice. Here's Nick Jensen with it. Puts it back of the net. And around the boards. That gets it on the stick of Nylander. Down the right side. Dumps the puck inside the Ottawa end. Puck back to the net. Jensen slides through to get it. Along the boards. Highmore under siege. Gets some help from Jensen, who gives him the puck back, gets to center with it, and dumps it down inside the zone. Down the boards it goes. Pinching Shabbat holds it in as Yarncrow couldn't get it out. Ekman Larson turns back the other way with it. Simone Benoit sends the puck ahead down to the Ottawa line. Gathered up inside the zone by Matt and Palo. Takes a hit but throws the puck through center. It did not touch Gaudette on the way there, so icing the call. And a face-off back in the Ottawa end with 1:59 to go in period 2.
And again, an emphasis on a huge face-off. This time to the right of Linus Ullmark. And I'm just going to see what time Shabbat. Okay, everybody's in good shape as far as being on the ice in this icing call. Gaudette at 47 seconds. And it's going to be Claude Giroux taking this draw for the Senators.
Off the draw, back to the point. Here's Tanev. Works the puck to the corner. Matthews turns and fires. Save is made by Ullmark, and the loose puck cleared to the corner. Highmore puts it back of the net. Now here's Madden Palo to center. Puck is deflected in. Ottawa gets their change. There's the Leafs back up to center with it. Here's Tanev. Lead pass intended for Matthews. Misses. And they say that one did touch Matthews, so no icing call. I didn't hear or see any touch, but Ekman Larson in his own zone, off the glass and back out to center. Amadio delays at the line now, fires it back in, takes a weird bounce, and bounces back towards the front of the net, but Pinto couldn't get there in time to make a play out of it. As the puck is dumped in from the wrong side of center, and this time it is an icing call against the Leafs, and a face-off back down to the left of the Toronto goal.
Well, with 68 seconds left in the period, we'll see if the Senators can do some damage here in the final minute and a half of this period compared to the first minute and a half. They had a glorious chance to tie things up, and Brady was denied on a breakaway opportunity. He tried to go 5-hole, and Stolarz made a save. Shortly after that, it was Shane Pinto with a point blanker. Stolarz came up with a massive blocker save. He also stopped Zetterlund on a power play. He's been a difference maker in this period for sure.
So shot from the point that misses from Sanderson. Back to the point again. Here's Shabbat to Sanderson. Final minute of play in the second. Another shot misses. Puck in the corner. Tkachuk knocks his man off the puck. Simone Benoit. Here's Stützle with a chance, and that's a save by Stolarz as he gets the glove on it. Leafs trying to clear it. Along the boards. Here's Lawton. Knocked off the puck, but he does get it back out to center. Now Lawton and Brady Tkachuk tangle, and Tkachuk gives him the mid-ice face wash. Along the boards, here's Batherson. Shovels it across ice. Sanderson moves in. His shot knocked down in front. Puck comes free as Batherson goes for it.
Penalty coming up. Interference is going to be the call. Drake Batherson's going to go off, Dean. Just a decision that is not in favor of the Senators, obviously. Batherson, I thought, had a chance to just go for the puck. Well, are they going to call both guys?
Yeah, I think Kachuk and Lautner are going to go as well for roughing.
Or is this an even upper here?
No. He pointed at both of them. So Ottawa will have 2 in the box. Toronto will have 1.
Power play opportunity for the Leafs. The Drake Batherson penalty. Dean just... I thought he had an opportunity to go for the puck, and he took down his man up here. And the Senators will be down 2 of their best offensive players going into the third period if there's no if there's no scoring in the final 12.6 seconds of this second period.
Wow, good trade-off for Toronto.
Button did his job. He's taken off Ottawa's captain here, and again, to start period number 3, you got 7 and 19 in the penalty box.
This penalty kill brought to you by Alpine Credits. Face off to the right of the Ottawa goal with less than 13 seconds to go in the period. And they get the signal from the referee. Drop the puck, let's go.
Well, Giroux at 33% at the dot here this evening, Dean. Only taken 6 penalties, or 6 face-offs, but he wins this key one.
Sanderson clears it all the way down ice. Stolar's out to snare it. And that will do it for the period. A 3-goal lead for the Leafs after 40 minutes. And they will come back with 1:48 of power play time to open up period number 3.
Well, a real switch. The Senators with a really good, solid first period of play, out shooting Toronto 13-5. They're down by 1. They have an opportunity to tie it early on a breakaway by Brady Tkachuk. He fails to connect. Shane Pinto had an opportunity to tie it. He failed to connect, and then the Senators got, they had a composure issue, and they took some penalties that cost them dearly here. Back-to-back power play goals for Toronto made it a 4-1 game, and now it's a mighty struggle ahead here with just 20 minutes left to go in this hockey game.
So here at the Scotiabank Arena in Toronto, the score after 2 periods of play, the Leafs 4, the Senators 1. In a moment.
What's up, insiders? Look at our buds. 4-1. I love it. 4 goals. Let's go, Maple Leafs. Man, it would be nice to hear Joe and Jim. But, man, NHL.com has both the Maple Leafs radio and the Senators radio as this exact same feed. I actually switched it back and forth twice inside the second period, and it didn't switch the people talking. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, I will continue to work here behind the scenes to make this happen. But, man, I tell you, this is frustrating. I am so freaking pissed off right now. You guys have no idea. I'm going to keep trying to figure this out. But the Buds are winning. That's the main thing. Our Leafs are up 4-1 in Game 1. Let's get after it. Let's make sure that we finish this one strong in the third period. Go Leafs, go! If anyone has any ideas on sending me some way of getting a feed of Joe and Jim, I'm all ears. TorontoSportsInsider@gmail.com. Send it over. Cheers, everybody. Go Leafs, go. Let's get this win. Come on, Buds.
Next vehicle? Come home to Myers Automotive Group, locally owned for over 80 years and proudly serving Ottawa-Gatineau with 17 locations. Over 2,600 vehicles in stock. We have what you're looking for. Choose from Nissan, Toyota, Volkswagen, Hyundai, Dodge, Jeep, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Infiniti, Ram, Chrysler, and Subaru. And we've got you covered long after the sale. We service all makes and models.
Experts say defense wins championships. At Dr. Andrea Stevens Dentistry, we feel the same way. Protecting your smile is our game plan, and we can help you defend your teeth for a lifetime. After all, a strong, healthy smile is a great advantage. Make the right play. Book your appointment today at Dr. Andrea Stevens Dentistry, where winning smiles start. Visit drandreastevens.com. Game on. Smile strong.
This is TSN 1200 Ottawa. Sens Intermission on TSN 1200 is brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. Now, here's the play of the period.
Face-off, scores! Nylander off the face-off. 4-1 leads, and they stay on the power play.
Yeah, a couple power play goals that turned this game. It was 2-1. Ottawa was looking all right, and a couple undisciplined penalties. Another penalty or two that were questionable. I'm sure Sens fans are fired up about, and the Leafs take advantage. That one on a 5-on-3, right off the draw. The other one right off the draw as well. Time now for the second period scoring summary. Leafs got things started 7:09 in. Ekman-Larsson from Lawton and Yarncroke, 1-0. Marner then from Matthews on a breakaway at 12:18. It was 2-0 Leafs. Drake Batherson would score his first career playoff goal from Cousins and Perron at 16:18. 2-1 Toronto after 2. Then just 4:07 into the second. After 1. 4:07 into the second on a power play. Tavares from Nylander and Marner. 3-1, and then Nylander from Tavares on the power play on a 5-on-3 power play at 7:19. 4-1 Toronto. That's the score after 40 minutes. Shots on goal 21-18 in favor of the Senators. Ottawa's 0-for-1 on the power play. Leafs are 2-for-3, and they have a minute 47 left on their fourth opportunity, which will carry over to the third period. This game's brought to you in part by Capital Upfitters and Protective Coatings. Coming up, it's TSN 1200 St. Hubert Barbecue out of town scoreboard. And we'll analyze the second period with Brad Smith. This is Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Breaking story from Alpine News Network. Jan owns a home and a restaurant fusing French and Mexican cuisine. But she is fusing no more because her ovens have gone kaput. She called Alpine Credits, who sent their speedy superhero. With her business loan approved, her ovens were quickly fixed. The hero even had some of her poutine nachos. Yum! Own your home, need a loan? Alpine Credits can help.
Alpine Credits, where homeowners get approved. Just for license 12616.
I'm standing in awe and admiration for Canada. Hello, this is Peter Mansbridge. It's a reporter's duty to be unbiased, but I'm so proud of Canadians everywhere, standing united, buying Canadian products, supporting Canadian businesses, and our very way of life. Shop as if your country depends on it. Keep your money in Canada for Canada.
This spring, elevate your drive with Audi. Spring into sophistication with exclusive lease rates from just 0.98%, plus up to $3,500 in Audi credits on select models. Drive luxury. Drive performance. Drive Audi. Visit Audi Ottawa, Audi West Ottawa, or Audi City Ottawa today. Limited time offer. Conditions apply. See dealer for details. Audi. Progress you can feel.
Hi, Arash Madani here. At Honda, they built the CR-V Sport just like you build a team for the playoffs. Reliable performance? It's a Honda. Versatility? You've got all-wheel drive. High IQ plays? That's Honda sensing technology. Resilience and grit? You bet. After all, it's Canadian. Make your playoff drive count. Bring home the Ontario-built CR-V Sport. Lease today with rates from 0.99% for 24 months. OAC conditions apply. Made with domestic and imported parts. See HondaOntario.com.
A devastating car accident can change your life in an instant. The lawyers at Jägendorf Rashid understand your fear, your pain, your loss of financial security. They understand the impact that serious traumatic injuries can have on your ability to work and function. Let Howard Jägendorf and Najma Rashid deal with the insurance companies to get you fair compensation while you focus on your health and recovery. Jägendorf Rashid Injury Lawyers. Focused, experienced, compassionate. Jägendorf.com.
TSN 1200. The Sens play here. Back to Sens Hockey on TSN 1200. Now, let's check out the out-of-town scoreboard. Brought to you by St. Hubert Barbecue. Chicken, ribs, and hockey.
All right, one final to pass along from today. Shooter, the Hurricanes take a 1-0 series lead on the Devils with a 4-1 win.
Yeah, good start for the Hurricanes, and this is a year they gotta make a statement to get out of that first, second round and get to a conference final.
10 o'clock start from Vegas. Golden Knights host the Wild in Game 1 of that series. What are you expecting between those two teams?
Hard, heavy hockey, and that's what Vegas specializes in, and they're going to be a tough out.
The Americans beat Canada in overtime in the gold medal game at the Women's World Hockey Championships 4-3. The final, Canada was down 2-0, 3-2, rallied from both deficits, but couldn't get it done in overtime. To the NBA postseason, where the Oklahoma City Thunder smashed the Grizzlies today, 131-80, 51-point win as OKC leads 1-0. Celtics have a 1-0 series lead with a 103-86 win over the Magic. Cavaliers up 95-88 on the Heat with 7.5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. 9:30 tip from Houston, where the Rockets host the Warriors. Blue Jays fall 8-3 earlier today to the Mariners. This game is brought to you in part by Hulse Play Firm McGarry. Ottawa is trailing 4-1 after 2 periods of play, Shooter. And let's just start with what everyone's fired up about, looking at the text box, looking at Twitter.
Yeah.
A lot of Sens fans calling it a ref show. I think really unhappy with the Stützle penalty, which was a boarding against Tanev, and the Gaudette cross-check on Matthews where they were already down. I don't think you can argue the Ridley Gregg cross-check. They did call it 5 and reviewed it, gave him 2. I think that was the right call. Hit the shoulder of Tavares and then rode up.
Yeah.
But Sens fans, I think, pretty fired up about the Gaudette and Stützle penalties. What did you think of those calls?
Stützle was the first penalty of the game, and he's hitting everything in sight tonight, which isn't naturally his game. But if you're going to call that in the corner, then you're going to have to call other infractions that were let go. So that's where I stand in the reffing. The Ridley Gregg one is self-explanatory, and you're 200 feet from your net. And that's a tough one to take. The Gaudette one, you're down a man. He could have let that go. The ref was right there. He's in position to make that call. But ultimately, you're going to have to make some saves here also. And
that was where I was going next. A lot of people want to see Omar. We get some text saying pull the goalie. What do you think of his performance?
I'm not there to pull him yet, but Stolarz is simply better tonight, and the rebounds are being kicked out. The Tavares goal is like a one-time pass back to him, and that made it 3-1. You lose a draw, and Nylander picks it up, and he's an elite goal scorer. He scoops in, but can you make that save, or one that save, or the first goal of the game? Any way you look at it, you got to make a couple more saves here, like Stolarz is, and this game was 2-1 when Brady Tkachuk had a breakaway.
Yeah.
And, that could have tied things up. And Pinto's had opportunities. Stützle's had opportunities. Batherson's probably been one of their best, most physical players. Has a goal tonight.
And a post.
And a post. He was trying to go top shelf there. So they have to keep throwing everything they can at the net and try to crash within that blue paint and pick up a rebound. Even Zetterlund had one pop right out to him there. So they've had opportunities to score goals here. They just have to shut things down and just try to chip away.
Yeah, you mentioned all the ones I was going to highlight. The Tkachuk breakaway at the start of the period. Pinto with a great look around the hashes, and the Zetterlund one that goes off the shaft of the stick. And man, he keeps getting really good looks and unable to convert there. What would be what you'd want to see in the third period? Obviously, get through this kill. 1:47 left to kill on the Leafs' 4th power play opportunity of the game. But how do you get back in the game, or even also play for games 2 and 3 and 4 in the series in terms of finishing every check, make guys pay? What do you want to see?
So that's where I'm going with that. You kill the penalty to start here because that builds confidence. The Leafs already have a couple power play goals, so you kill that off. And you take a run at this thing. You get your best players out there as often as you can. The Stützle line, maybe you roll them every third shift, and you just try to make life very difficult for the Morgan Rileys of the world, the McCabe's of the world, where you're finishing checks and you're playing territorially in the Leafs' end.
We saw a little bit of Travis Green playing with the lines. Gaudette had a shift with Stützle and Tkachuk. We saw a shift where Chabot and Sanderson were together. Do you expect that from Green in the third period? Maybe Zetterlund with another line or something? Do you think he's going to tinker with things?
I think you'll see a little more of Zetterlund moving up and down the lineup, and we've come to expect that out of watching Travis Green's work throughout the year. And the defense pairings. I think it's Sanderson went out there with Thomas Chabot. There, Thomas Chabot's had a tough night, I think, Reach, through 2 periods here, and just try to settle him down a little bit and get some stability back there.
All right, so the Sens find themselves in a pretty big hole, 4-1 heading to the third period, and they got 1:47 left of a Leaf power play to kill, which they haven't done well so far tonight. The Leafs are 2 for 3 with the man advantage. The second intermission has been brought to you by the Myers Automotive Group. Coming up, it is the call of the third period with Dean Brown and Gord Wilson. At the end of the second period, the score is 4-1 Maple Leafs. You're listening to Sens Hockey on the TSN 1200 Ottawa Senators Radio Network.
Playoff hockey returns to the nation's capital.
Quick shot scores! Brady Tkachuk with an overtime game winner!
Good gravy. Your Ottawa Senators have officially clinched their spot in the 2025 Stanley Cup playoffs.
Let's go! Here we go!
To secure your playoff seats now and lock in the best price on these tickets, become a season seat member.
Here's Chabot, game on the stick, scores!
Canadian Tire Center is going to be on fire. The atmosphere. Visit senators.com/memberships.
This ad isn't funny or overly clever. There's no jingle, witty banter, or talk of some sort of clearance sale. Because like heart disease and stroke, which claim a life every 5 minutes, this message is deadly serious. At Heart and Stroke, we're funding and discovering medical breakthroughs to keep you and your loved ones alive.
SickKids Hospital, 100%. Holy Mackinac! Joe Bowen here, the voice of your Toronto Maple Leafs. Every moment you watch on Toronto Sports Insider helps SickKids Hospital. 100% of Leafs playoff stream revenue goes straight to their life-saving care, helping kids in our community and beyond. This is what Playoff Pulse is all about. Bringing playoff excitement and making a lasting impact for those who need it most. So let's rally together and show Sick Kids we're in their corner. Start now by hitting the like button or sharing this link on social media.
Get approved. Just for license 12616.
Looking for your next vehicle? Come home to Myers Automotive Group, locally owned for over 80 years and proudly serving Ottawa-Gatineau with 17 locations. Over 2,600 vehicles in stock. We have what you're looking for. Choose from Nissan, Toyota, Volkswagen, Hyundai, Dodge, Jeep, Chevrolet, Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Infiniti, Ram, Chrysler, and Subaru. And we've got you covered long after the sale. We service all makes and models.
TSN 1200, home of the Sens.
All right, welcome back inside Scotiabank Arena here in Toronto, everybody. After 40 minutes of play, the Leafs have a 4-1 lead. They led 2-1 after one. They scored a couple of power play goals in the second period and have taken a 4-1 lead. They outshot Ottawa 13-8. Welcome back inside Scotiabank Arena here in Toronto, everybody. After 40 minutes of play, the Leafs have a 4-1 lead. They led 2-1 after one. They scored a couple of power play goals in the second period and have taken a 4-1 lead. They outshot Ottawa 13-8. Dean Brown asked the question in the first period, would the Leafs be able to sustain their physical presence on the ice? They out-hit the Senators 21-20 according to NHL stats in that first period. They managed 2 hits in period number 2. So there's your answer, Brownie. Ottawa out-hit the Toronto Maple Leafs 15-2 in the second, but they were outscored 2-0. And Ottawa did have its chances. Brady Tkachuk in particular, minute 15 into the hockey game, had a breakaway, and Anthony Stolarz came up large. With about 3 minutes gone in the period, Shane Pinto had an opportunity, and again, Anthony Stolarz came up large. Now, for Ottawa, they are 1 for 3 on the penalty kill, 0 for 1 on the power play, and they will have their 4th kill to start this period. There's a minute 48 left in the Brady Tkachuk penalty. And he and Lawton both went off. And Drake Batherson is... hang on here now. There's still some confusion on the penalty time clock because Drake Batherson has to get in there as well, and his number has to get up on the score clock as well. And in any case, it's a power play for the Leafs to open up this third period of play. Trailing 4-1, Dean Brown. It's 5 total goals. What does that mean for the over-under?
That means going back down. We started the game at 5.5 after the first. It went up to 7.5, and now as we open up the third period, the over-under drops to 6.
2-0. So the Leafs get one and don't give one up on similar plays. They do get a power play here to start the third period. The core four, by the way, that is often criticized over the last number of years in the postseason, combining for 7 points in the first 2 periods. Everybody with a goal and an assist except Austin Matthews, who has 1 assist on the night so far.
Leafs to the right and the Senators to the left as the puck goes down into the Ottawa zone. Cleared back into the Toronto end, and Nylander was able to just poke it back, and the Leafs are on the power play here as they start the third period. Marner bringing it to the red line and into the zone. Works along the boards, trying to play it back along the wall and got it into the corner, but had it knocked away. And it comes to center ice, and Nylander is there to Matthews. Matthews circles back to his own blue line. Leaves for Willie. Nylander into center. He'll hit the line and in, but had it knocked off his stick, and it is shot down the ice. Then Nylander is...
Boy, Ridley Gray gave him a little extra shot.
He sure did. He fell right on top of his head. Matthews coming out of his own end. Straight up ice to center on the left wing for Nyes. Nyes tried to play it back to the blue line, but it was intercepted. And it is shot on a bounce down wide of the goal. And getting to it quickly there was Highmore. Highmore in the corner, now being chased by Marner. Highmore will play it all the way back out at center ice, and Shabbat has it there to Nick Jensen. Jensen in on the right side. Plays to the side of the goal. Played off a stick, and it's going to carry him all the way back into Ottawa territory.
A little bit of a lackluster start for the Leafs here.
Change on the power play. Oliver Ekman-Larsson misses Pinto with a hit. The puck goes around back of the net for Morgan Riley. Riley's going to whip it around back of the goal again and find Oliver Ekman-Larsson, but only 10 seconds remain in the power play. Domi hits the line and in on the right side into the slot and got a shot away, but it went off his stick and went harmlessly wide. Robertson now back to the point, and Riley will have to hurry. He did, and the shot went just off a body wide of the Ottawa goal as the penalty is expired. Riley must have eyes in the back of his head because he got rid of that in a hurry, knowing someone was coming out of the box. He has it again on the near boards for Domi. Back to the point it'll go. Riley exchanging it with his defense partner. Now it got a shot away, and it is gloved by Ullmark. And he will stop play and bring a face-off in the Ottawa zone.
Ottawa Senators pretty aggressive right out of the chute here on the penalty kill. That's where you almost wonder, there are times like this, you know, the 3-goal lead in the third period and a power play, and you still go with the 5 forwards. I mean, I understand you make it 5-1, you put the game away, but there is sort of that mentality that you can't afford to give up a short-handed one. Let Ottawa back into it.
Draw control by Ottawa. Played out into the center ice area. Batherson will get it into the Toronto end. Lawton ringing the boards with it, and it is chipped by Yarncrook to get it out. Up on the wing it goes for Lawton. He'll backhand it down into the corner. Yarncrook goes in after it, but takes his man out of the play, but can't come up with the puck. Dylan Cousins will get to center and flip it in. Linus Ullmark has now given up 4 or more goals in 6 of his 10 career starts in the playoffs.
His last start was a 7-5 loss to the Florida Panthers. All of his playoff experience coming with Boston. Obviously, he was in Buffalo before that.
Yep. Here's Jensen for the Sens. Got to the red line and swings it around the boards. Tanev sends it back from whence it came. Sens send a shot to the net off the glove of Stolarz. Tanev settling things down nicely. Gets it up on the wing for Marner. Marner stick handles away from one to find Jake McCabe. McCabe, a lead pass for Nyes. He is drilled from behind by Thomas Chabot, who's heading to the bench. Nick Jensen back to the Ottawa goal. Leafs are getting a change in as well. Jensen, a pass in across the line, goes into the corner. Good hit there by Benoit. Puck comes back on the near boards for Pinto. Shane Pinto around the boards, and there's going to be a penalty here to Toronto. Zub into the slot, a shot that was blocked. The rebound stopped again by Stolarz. Centering pass, they score. Senators cut the lead in half. 4 minutes into third period play.
And it's Ridley Gregg that jumped on the loose puck. So Ottawa just keep hammering it towards the net and eventually found a spot. It started by a point shot off a skate. Rebound went to Michael Amadio. And Amadio tries to get it to the net and eventually bounces out middle of the ice to Ridley Gregg.
What was the penalty going to be for? Did you see anything?
No, that's, similar to the Nylander one, Joe, where a bit of a mystery, but a lot of time left for the Ottawa Senators. Who'll come out here with a little more purpose, and the Leafs have not been as focused, Joe, here to start the third.
Played down into the Ottawa zone. Matthews with a hit. Puck comes up on the left wing, and it is Tkachuk getting it ahead to Artem Zub. Pass intercepted there by Tanev. Tanev getting it around the boards near side for McCabe. Long lead pass. Had no chance of getting it to Nyes, and the puck comes back in on the left wing. Tkachuk from an angle. And that's off the blocker of Stolarz and up into the screen and out of play. So the Leafs come out with a flat power play, do not really get any kind of scoring chance.
It's amazing how teams can draw energy off of that. But what you also notice on that Leaf power play is how aggressive the Ottawa Senators were, right? This wasn't sit back in the box. They were forcing the Leafs all areas of the ice. And that continued once they got back to 5-on-5.
Face off to the right in the Toronto zone. Robertson taking the draw off a face-off and got it up on the wing and poked the center ice and now brought in now on the left wing. Robertson looking back at the blue line, got it back to the point. Riley with a wrist shot. Deflection in front of the goal, and the Maple Leafs have regained a 3-goal lead. Did that go off? Bobby McMahon? Riley's point shot, I think, is going to find the distance.
McMahon, it looked like, took a swipe at it. Nick Robertson makes a nice play, curl inside the blue line. Right wing boards, threw it back to Morgan Riley. No, I think this actually goes off an Ottawa defenseman, Joe. It does change directions. Right in front of Linus Ullmark. I thought it was McMahon.
I did too.
I think it was the Ottawa defenseman standing to the left of Linus Ullmark, and the Leafs get a huge break.
45 seconds after the Gregg goal, Morgan Riley restores the 3-goal lead.
Might have been Matthew Highmore that had it bounce off him. Number 15, the forward.
Perron to the side of the goal in front. Oh, and a save made by the left pad of Stolarz. Puck along the boards to the point, kept in by Cousins. To the left point, and a wrist shot is blocked away by Stolarz. And now Lorenz getting it freed up. I'm laughing because Brandon Carlo, somebody went to hit him and ended up flying away, going in the opposite direction.
Look like the Blue Jays that ran into Rudy
Yes.
Telez, or Rowdy Telez the other day.
Here's a Chance now with a shot that whistles high by Shane Pinto. Kept in by Ottawa to Zoom. His shot deflects wide of the Leaf goal. Centering pass went off of Stolarz, and it is carried to center by Nyes. Nyes will flip it down into the Ottawa zone. Nylander into the forecheck, but can't come up with it. Sens get it up on the left wing side. They'll come to the red line and shoot it in. Around the boards, it's going to come to McCabe. He let it go to find Pontus Holmberg. He'll drop it back into the Toronto defense. Tanev to McCabe. McCabe up at the center for Tavares. Tavares, a high pass into the far corner. Couldn't find Marner there. Almost stolen by Pontus Holmberg, but now the Sens get it out at center, only to have it taken away by Matthews. In on the left wing! Off the glove of Ullmark and wide. Good save by Ullmark there. Maybe the best save he's made of the game.
I mean, that was labeled for the far corner, and he just does get his glove on it.
Leafs have scored 5 times on 20 shots. Now, I know you and I aren't real good at math. I don't think that's a very good save percentage, Mr. Ralph.
That's about 5 goals every 20 shots, Joe.
Thank you, Tips. Here's Highmore.
I got a calculator on my phone.
Oh, you are really sharp. I'll tell you, you are on your game tonight. Oliver Ekman-Larsson back of the goal. Benoit trying to play it up the wall. Did so to Robertson. His backhand didn't clear, but the Leafs get it to the line and out. Robertson to the red line. Plays it deep into Ottawa territory as Robertson getting shoved around by Fabian Zetterlund. Long lead pass has gone astray, and an icing call against Ottawa with 12-12 to play in the third period. What a huge goal that is from Morgan Rielly.
I'll tell you something. From an Ottawa Senators standpoint, I know only 7:48 into the third period. This is actually something to build on. You know, at least, as we say, come out with a flat power play. Ottawa then scores to make it 4-2. They were drawing a penalty at the time, delayed penalty. And then Morgan Rielly gets the gift deflection on a wrist shot from the left point to restore the 3-goal lead. But I think for Ottawa, I mean, they've had some nastiness and some jump here in the third period.
Yarn Crook back of the goal. Lawton gets it to the point, sent back into the corner for him. Lawton protects the puck well to get it back to the point again. Then a long shot in front was knocked away, and Lorenz comes away with it. To the point again, and another shot deflects off a body and wide of the Ottawa goal. The fourth line has just had a marvelous game. They have been the best line the Leafs have had on the ice. Shift in and shift out.
5-on-5, absolutely.
Puck played to the line on the far side and just cleared by Perron to center. Left wing boards. Nylander sends it in. Pontus Holmberg into the forecheck. Tavares trying to help out. It goes to the far wing. Amadio will play it out at center, and the Leafs have it there. Jake McCabe shooting it right back in again. Crowd hasn't let up on Brady Tkachuk, have they? Here's a pass up on the wing for Amadio with a long shot that just missed on the far post. Kept in by Ottawa to the near corner. Rielly will get there first. The veteran around back of the net for Brandon Carlo. That long reach and huge body pushes it up on the wing. Like a condor. That's a big bird, Mr. Ralph. Big wingspan, really big bird. Like bigger than the one that used to be on Sesame Street.
What was his name?
Big Bird. Sent down into the zone. It goes into the Ottawa, into the Leaf. Marner playing it back of the goal into the near corner.
Who needs Google when we got each other?
We got each other here. Puck back in the Toronto end, and Rielly dishes it off to his defense partner. Brandon Carlo ahead, and it's tipped in over the line by Nyes. Down into the corner it goes, grabbed off there by the Sens. They don't get it free. It comes in front. Matthews to the point. Benoit, far side, a shot into the chest of Ullmark. Off OEL, who already has a goal in this one. 9:47 to play, third period of Game 1. Leafs 5, Ottawa 2. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leaf.
Hello, it's me, Katie Nolan, host of Casuals on the SiriusXM Podcast Network. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Every Tuesday and Thursday, I'm joined by some of the biggest names in sports and entertainment to break down our favorite news stories from the sports world and beyond. It really doesn't matter what level of sports fandom or knowledge you have, just bring what you've got. We're all here to have fun and learn together. No judgments. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Love you. Mean it.
NHL Morning Skate. December 15th, Vancouver Canucks were in the playoffs. And this is when they had that big controversy going on. So they had to do something about it. And they did do something about it. Well, now they're not in the playoffs. You know what? They're not even really close anymore. This is the most absurd season falling apart. The most disappointing team this season of the 32 are the Vancouver Canucks. NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stiller. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
General manager of the Winnipeg Jets, Kevin Cheveldayoff. What would finishing first overall mean to the organization, Kevin?
Well, I think anytime that you can finish in an area where you're getting recognized, it's special. But again, the important thing for us is process. Is when we buy into playing the way we need to play, then we feel comfortable that we'll win more games than not, and then you let the chips fall where they may.
The Power Play weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. In case you missed it, on NHL Network Radio.
Buchnevich for the deflection. They shoot. They score! Jimmy Snuggerud. His first is a blue. 3-0 St. Louis. It's a power play goal. And in the biggest NHL game of his young career, he scores his first NHL goal. Smile away, kid. Smile away.
NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Under review.
Have wrestled with this one for a while, but I believe we've got our top 5 player of all time. Gretzky, Lemieux, or Howe, and I think it's Sidney Crosby for all-around play. Any discussion, no matter how you slice that loaf of bread, Sidney Crosby's in that discussion. Talk about high-level consistency.
Under review with Mick Kern, 11 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. We deliver the NHL.
And I just wonder, Berkey, what your thoughts are on the Capitals. They are Exhibit A as to why a retool can work.
Yes, but certainly haven't had a playoff run yet. A lot of people taking bows right now that shouldn't be. I really like this coach. I think Chris Patrick, the GM, has done a real nice job. It is a retool, right? And the goaltending's been spectacular, but let's see. Don't pick out a parade route yet, boys.
Sirius XM, NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Hey, Jim Rome here. What's cracking?
Hi.
Hope you're enjoying the game. And when you're not taking in a game, find us on Sirius Channel 161, XM Channel 206. In fact, we'll be there every weekday afternoon, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. If you've got something you want to break down from this game, you know where to find us. Just make sure you have a take and don't suck.
Step your game up.
That has never changed. In fact, the show has never changed. We're just back home. And it's great to be there. Sirius 161, XM 206. See you there.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Who was that? Tanev in front of the net that just tied that stick up.
Well, it was Austin Matthews.
All right.
On the back check.
Don't tell me I'm wrong.
Well, Tanev would have been on the other side blocking it.
Brought out at center ice by Ottawa. Sanderson in on the wing, and the shot went high and wide, and it's caromed off the glass and gone out of play. Or did Stolarz get a piece of that? I think they're going to keep the face-off. No, they're bringing the face-off outside the blue line. So Stolarz did not get a piece of that. Oh, no, wait. Check that. We're going to a commercial break. They'll face it off from the Leaf end when we come back. Leafs 5, Senators 2. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Want to get in on the action for the Stanley Cup playoffs? At Bet365, we've got you. From game props, player props, totals, and the money line. You can even bet on futures like series winners, conference champions.
Hey sports fans, thank you for hanging out with us and chatting it up. We're thrilled to bring you the Playoff Pulse. Catch every single NHL and NBA playoff game right here while supporting an incredible cause, SickKids Hospital. Together, we can make a difference with every single view.
Holy Mackinac! Joe Bowen here, the voice of your Toronto Maple Leafs. Every moment you watch on Toronto Sports Insider helps SickKids Hospital. 100% of Leafs playoff stream revenue goes straight to their life-saving care, helping kids in our community and beyond. This is what Playoff Pulse is all about, bringing playoff excitement and making a lasting impact for those who need it most. So let's rally together and show sick kids we're in their corner.
Hey everyone, Easton Cowan here. Let's amplify our impact. Every like, share, and subscribe boost our donations to Sick Kids. Watch the games, get hyped, and spread the word to grow our Playoff Pulse community. Join us now.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs playoff hockey.
John Tavares set up by Willie. The Leafs win it in overtime.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
8:23 to play third period. Face off in the Toronto end. Senators now with 29 shots. Maple Leafs with 20. As Marner gets the puck out at center ice and down into Ottawa territory, but a little too much mustard on it turns into an icing.
Thanks to Armin. We just found that the Leafs with the goals by Ekman Larsson and Morgan Riley. It's the first time that the Leafs have collected multiple defensemen scoring in a playoff game for the first time since Game 5 of the 2001 Stanley Cup playoffs against the New Jersey Devils.
Wow. Off a stick down into Ottawa territory. Olmark will leave it there for Jake Sanderson. Sanderson starts out. Comes to center with a pass ahead for Giroux. Giroux hits the line and in. Shabbat trying to catch up to it. McCabe blocked it. It comes into the slot area. Sanderson doesn't shoot it. There's a shot. Knocked down in front of the goal and cleared back of the net by Jake McCabe. McCabe spins away from a hit, but it comes back to the point. Here's Shabbat. Shot blocked by Nyes. He's trying to get back up after blocking that shot. And the crowd has given him all of the help he can as it's flipped out, and Nyes will get to the bench for a rousing salute.
Say what you want, this fan base still loves the Tucker, Corson, Brian McCabe mentality of sacrificing everything, especially when it comes to the postseason. Now, was that the left hand that might have caught Matthew Nyes? That's probably scarier than taking it off to the side of the leg, isn't it?
Yeah. Face off in the Ottawa zone after an icing. Draw one by Toronto. Nylander drops for Benoit. Shot deflected wide of the goal by Pontus Holmberg. Cleared to the line, but not out. OEL on the right side with a wrist shot that deflects into the near corner. Leafs trying to spend some time in the Ottawa end. Puck comes to center. Dylan Cousins got to the blue line. Turnover there. Here's Batherson dropping it back. Perron cuts to the middle of the ice with a shot that's blocked, and a penalty coming here.
It's to Ottawa.
I think Oliver Ekman-Larsson got
drilled to the right of the Leaf net.
Yeah.
And this is another Ottawa penalty.
Oh, wait a minute. Now Tavares is headed that way.
Wait.
Oh, no. Tavares is headed to the face-off circle.
Ottawa number 19, 2 minutes for cross-check.
That is the fourth penalty Ottawa has taken in the Leaf end. And the third cross-checking. Boy, this was just trying to do a little dirty little cheap shot. Coming in from behind Ekman Larson to get to the front of the net. And from a Leaf standpoint, Joe, you got to make them pay. You got to rub their nose in it here with 6:55 to go.
Face-off will be to the right of Linus Ullmark. 6:55 to play in the third period. The Leafs 5, Senators 2.
Boy, somebody going to the dressing room as well.
Cousins, I think, is
Is that a misconduct, maybe?
I would think, although that's not been announced. Draw to the right of Ullmark. Tavares won the draw, comes back to Marner at the point. Wrist shot coming! Big rebound in front of the goal, and Zuck right, they score!
Make them pay.
Matthew Nyes jams it home! 6-2 Leafs!
And again, how simple has it been for the Leafs on the power play to have success? Throw it to the net. Whether it's Marner, whether it's Nylander. Here's Marner again. Throws it to the net with Matthew Nyes in front. I think the Marner shot hits Nyes, goes to Matthews. Matthews tried to jam it in short side. But the Leafs get another fortuitous bounce as it goes off Ullmark across the top of the crease. And Matthew Nyes has a 3-footer from the blue pen.
30th of the year.
Well, take it. I believe Nyes' last goal was in overtime. Was it not a game 5 in Boston?
Here's the Leafs after it again. A centering pass by Domi. McMahon couldn't get it in front of the net. And the Sens will get it out at center and down to the Leaf blue line. Morgan Riley trying to force his man wide, and the shot deflects into the corner. Brandon Carlo after his man on the far side. Grabbed off by the Sens and played back to the blue line. Long shot blocked. And Robertson is able to muscle it out at center, and Domi sends it the rest of the way. And Domi taking a couple of extra shots. Here the Leafs after it in the corner, though. And McMahon couldn't get it in front of the net. Fourth line out there again for Toronto.
Dylan Cousins, it is 10-minute misconduct.
Tanev in the near corner in the Toronto zone. Off a stick, but it'll be an icing. No, icing waved off. The goaltender came out to play it. Sens send it in on a delayed offside, and it's whistled down.
And we got another penalty coming up.
Scott Lawton.
Boy, and this is going to be something Ottawa is going to have to clean up. The discipline.
Ottawa, number 43, 2 minutes for high sticking.
And the survey, so a lot of cross checks, high sticks. And like I said, I think there have been some positive things from Ottawa here in the third period. Yeah, this was more of an accident than it was a dirty play in behind the play.
6-2 Leafs. Back to the power play they go. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan on the Maple.
From the roots of Motown and R&B.
Hey, sports fans, thank you so much for hanging out with us here on Toronto Sports Insider during the Playoff Pulse. Our mission is simple, bringing sports fans together to hang out, cheer, and change the world one insider at a time, while supporting SickKids Hospital in Toronto every single game.
Cheers, insiders and sports fans from around the world. The Playoff Pulse campaign on Toronto Sports Insider is uniting fans worldwide through the thrill of NHL and NBA playoffs. Every game, every fan, every moment counts. The link is pinned in the chat and in the description. Check out our campaign page. Donate if you can, or share it with friends. Holy Mackinac! Every click helps sick kids heal the future. Just by being here, you have already made an impact. Now, Chat it up, keep it classy, and let's keep changing the world one insider at a time.
Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern
on NHL Network Radio,
Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
It's soccer's most thrilling league.
Only the Premier League can make you feel like this.
And now every match is on the Sirius XM app.
Can you believe it?
From the title race.
This is remarkable. Keeps this title.
So happy that you're here hanging out with us tonight. Please do all of the normal YouTube business. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button if you just found us. Share this link out. Let's build a bigger community than we already have as we approach.
And Omar makes the save. Love that idea.
No, absolutely. Take it to the net. By the way, I know a lot has been made of Linus Ullmark's 3-6 career playoff record. But his save percentage, Joe, in those games, .887. In his 10 playoff appearances, 9 decisions.
Not going to get any better tonight.
No, it's not.
Face off to his right again. Draw one by Toronto. Tavares gets it back to Marner on the wing for Nylander. Top of the circle, near side. Nylander looks in front. Still with it down low. Tavares in front of the net for Nyes. And he couldn't jam it home. Tavares off the boards, gets there to get the puck free again. Back to the point. It comes in front of the net, and Ullmark.
Well, Ullmark ended up sitting on top of Matthew Nyes. Nyes got hung up on a goal post. And Ullmark sat on him.
Ooh, he gave him pretty good butt end, too.
Yeah. It's safe to say Ottawa got to clean up the discipline department. Maybe part frustration. Part.
5 minutes left in the third. Sends ringing around the boards, but Matthews got over there to trap it and keep it in the zone. And then a bad pass gets by Tavares and back into the Toronto end. Nylander cruising back into his own zone. Gave it to Marner. No, don't be. Nylander having difficulties with it. Finally finds Matthews, who comes down the left wing and in. To Nyes on the left wing boards. Tried to play it back. It comes free for Marner, but it's poked out at center, and Ridley Gregg trying to drive against Marner. And a crash into the goal post. Down is Stolars. Is he all right? Yes.
I think this is goalie interference. I think I don't think he's taken down. He just falls and slides right into Stolars.
Matthews getting it back of the net for Domi. Max couldn't come up with it. Shot out and down the ice. And Stolars is going to wait for it to get into the trapezoidal area and leave it there. 3:56 to play in the third. 22 seconds left in the power play.
Boy, Shane Pinto and Matthew Nyes giving it to each other going to the bench.
Robertson sends it in over the line. Shabbat spun off the puck there by Domi as it comes to the right point. Walking the line, OEL into the slot. Puck in front of the goal. Intercepted there and poked to the line, but not out. Oliver Ekman-Larsson a shot, and that deflected wide. Boy, Stolars was pounding that stick to make sure everybody knew someone was coming out of the box. Played in on the left wing, driving the net. Stutzla poke check. Johnny Bauer didn't do it any better. But a penalty coming to Toronto.
Might be Ekman-Larsson is going to go for the trip with 3:18 to go. All right, a couple of notes. The last time the Leafs had 6 goals in a playoff series. Or is it going to be Stolar, or is it going to be Evan? No, Ekman-Larsson coming. Last time the Leafs scored 6 goals in a playoff game, Joe, April 26, 2002. A 6-3 win over the New York Islanders. Last time they had 3 power play goals in a game was against the Buffalo Sabres in Game 1 of the 99 Eastern Conference Finals.
Penalty kill brought to you by your Ontario Honda dealers. Get home ice advantage on every drive with the new Civic Hybrid, proudly built here in Ontario. Visit your Ontario Honda dealers today. 3:18 to play in the third. Second power play of the game for Ottawa. Lawton wins the face-off cleanly. And it is ripped down the ice by Kelly Armstrong. Sends back in their own end. Through center. Sanderson drops. Stützle brings it in on the right wing for Pinto. Into the corner for Stützle, but a bad pass back to the blue line. Goes all the way back into Ottawa territory.
I think this is a big kill for the Leafs. Just an exclamation mark on this game.
Brought forward by Stützle. Gets it into the corner. Swings it around the boards to the near side for Pinto. Pinto into the corner. Brandon Carlo against the boards, freed it up.
What a
and
play.
here's a great rush now coming to center ice by Pontus Holmberg. You were talking about Brandon Carlo, I think.
Oh, I mean, fends off two guys, kicks it to his stick, and then just plays it up to Holmberg to carry the puck out of the zone.
56 seconds left in the power play. Stützle. 2:11 left to go. Third period, a 6-2 Toronto lead. Left wing boards for Perron. Back to the blue line, just kept in. Perron down at the side of the net, goes to the far half boards. Looking back for Chabot and finding him. Chabot near side for Giroux. Giroux holds, tries to pass it in front. They do, and Stolars is there again. Zetterlund getting in a pushing session there with Simon Benoit. But the Leafs do such a good job of boxing out.
Yeah, and a lot of that, Joe, is when you got trust in your goaltender, let him see it. You're not afraid of them to shoot, and without overstating the obvious, when you look at save percentage and everything else at the other end with Linus Ullmark, a lot of the goals he's been beaten on have been one-on-one shots. You know, there was the deflection on the Riley goal. There was a rebound on the Tavares goal. You had a number where...
Draw one by Ottawa. Chabot off a stick, broken up. Scotty Lawton carries to the red line and just banks it down into the left wing corner. Penalty is 16 seconds left in it. Chabot coming out, dropping it off on the right wing side for Nick Jensen. Jensen will send it around the boards to the far side. Lawton along with Tanev blocking that as it comes to the point. Chabot can't shoot it. Penalty is over. OEL is on the ice. The Leafs get it out at center, and Lawton pushes it back into Ottawa territory with 1:08 left to go. They're on their feet at Scotiabank Arena. Played into the corner in the Toronto end. Along the boards, Robertson couldn't get it out. Blocks it now. Robertson didn't see it, but a penalty is coming to Toronto, I think. Who was that? Clevin took a healthy run at somebody. Now we got everything kind of going sideways. A couple of pushing and shoving sessions. Benoit's trying to drag one of the Senators out at center ice. If he'd like a go with him, it would be Matthew Highmore. If he does, now we got Domi trying to get at somebody.
That's good. That linesman going to try to break this up. It'll be interesting to see what the penalty was, and especially in the last minute of a game, which could lead to a suspension.
Max is being sent to the warm water and dry towels.
Is this some sort of mindset of the Ottawa Senators that these are the Leafs that everyone thought was soft in the playoffs and could be intimidated? I don't know if this is the same too.
Bad scouting.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that it might have been a pretty valid argument in the past, but I think what you saw was Simon Benoit and Matthew Highmore. Or is this a Leaf penalty coming up?
Nick Robertson.
My apologies. Yeah. It was a blocked shot and Robertson's stick came up. But then I think the Ottawa Senators might have evened things up here. Was it Clevin at the end?
Yeah, and then
took a run at somebody, and then
Gaudette got into it with Domi. And Simone Benoit and Highmore didn't want to have anything to do with Simone Benoit.
Well, Nick Robertson came out, blocked the shot, and then when he tried to jump past the Ottawa defenseman, he got his stick up and clipped him.
So we're going to have to sort this out.
I just thought the penalty was, I didn't hear the whistle that it was that quick, and it was going to be on Robertson. I think that's the initial call, 43.7 seconds left. And like I said, Joe, I really think the penalty kill by the Leafs late. I know nobody's going to look back and say, hey, remember that penalty kill they had in the 6-2 lead in the third period? But I just think it was an exclamation point. We aren't giving you an inch. We're not backing down from the game plan. And I think from Ottawa...
And they're playing 60 minutes.
Yes. Somebody is...
Original penalty on the ice to Toronto, number 89, 2 minutes for high sticking. Ottawa, number 15, has 2 minutes for roughing. And then Toronto, number 2, 11, 25, 74, and 89 have 2 minutes for roughing. And then Ottawa, 43, 15, 22, 33, and 81 have 2 minutes for roughing.
I thought it was a play.
4-on-4.
Wait, excuse me.
Can you just fill us in on what all of that was?
Just a sec. Can you do that again, please? I just... and do it with a little rhythm, like you're telling a phone number.
89, 64, 2, hike. Oh, wrong sport.
Oh, now we missed. He had a footnote at the end there that we missed. It looks like we're going to be playing 5-on-5, though.
Oh, I thought he said 4-on-4.
Let's see.
Nope, 5-on-5. All right. Are the Leafs short-handed?
No, I'm going to face off and be in the Leafs zone.
Brandon Carlo has gone to the Leafs dressing room as well. I can't remember if his number was read off.
No.
Now there's about 3 of the Senators are off to the dressing room as well.
Well, this game goes to overtime. We're playing 3-on-3 regardless, right?
Benoit's gone to the dressing room.
Yeah, we're running out here. Now, Ottawa has 4 players on. There's the 5th comes over.
Craig Berube's got the Leafs' 4th line out there. And it looks like we have finally got it sorted out. And the draw won by Ottawa. Zoo gets it down into the Leaf end. They're still on their feet here at Scotiabank Arena. Puck along the boards. Senators trying to come out of the corner with it. 28 seconds left. Point shot off a leg wide. Rebound in along the boards back to the Toronto net. Jake McCabe flipping it up on the wing, but it won't clear. Senators get it back to the point. Zub in along the boards. That's deflected. Grabbed off by Lorenz. He gets it out at center. And then Pontus Holmberg is tackled by Nick Jensen.
What is Jensen doing? Shane Pinto just suckered Chris Tanev.
Yeah, Pinto and Tanev pushing. Nothing more is going to come with the horn sounding, or is it? Jake McCabe's over there. Well, I always thought this was going to be a nice, quiet Battle of Ontario that wouldn't have any animosity attached to it, but I guess I'm wrong.
You know what? I like the fact that the Leafs didn't want to continue on with this. It's look, we did what we came here to do in game 1. I don't know whether it's Ottawa thinking they can send a message for the next game. Their discipline cost them a lot in this one. 3 power play goals for the Leafs. By my count, 4 penalties taken in the offensive zone by Ottawa. And I realize you're trying to send a message in the third period. I thought the first 5 or 6 minutes from Ottawa was a pretty good message. The Leafs came out flat. Ottawa pushed, made it 4-2 before the Leafs were able to take over the game thanks to the power play goal by Nyes and the goal by Morgan Riley to put this one out of reach.
3 stars, and I'm going to do a 4th star. And the 3 stars brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care today. My 4th star,
right.
This crowd. We have criticized them. We've criticized them in the postseason. They were on fire from the start of this game to the finish. So I'm giving them the 4th star.
Yeah, it was not reactive, as they've been accused of being, although they had plenty to react to in this one. We'll go star number 3 for the Leafs. Some huge stops, and I could still go to a turning point in this game was the breakaway save off Matthew Tkachuk by Anthony Stolarz. He stops 31-33 in goal for the Leafs, his first ever Stanley Cup playoff win. Star number 2, John Tavares, huge power play goal in the second period to restore the Leafs' 2-goal lead. 2-point night for him. And Mitchell Marner, 3 points in game 1 of this series. We can criticize the crowd. There's been a lot of criticism for the core 4, and the core 4 was pretty good on this night for the Leafs. Austin Matthews didn't score, but assists in the game. So we got the goaltending, which I think has been a concern in previous years over the last 7 or 8. And certainly they got the power play going, and the big boys showed up. And another honorable mention, the 4th line was outstanding for the Leafs. They were on for the Oliver Ekman-Larsson goal that opened the scoring, but they spent a lot of time in the offensive zone and made plays. It wasn't just chop it back and forth. They made plays and were dangerous.
So the Leafs win it by a score of 6-2. And we are with you on Tuesday night when the Leafs will play game 2 here at Scotiabank Arena. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the
Feel the excitement of the UEFA Champions League knockout stage on Sirius XM FC. Europe's best clubs.
What a start for Inter!
And Barca are level! Brilliant Arsenal goal!
The world's brightest stars.
Mbappe! Kane! Rafinha!
All chasing club soccer's ultimate prize.
A new page in their glorious history!
The Champions League knockout stage, where legends are made. On Sirius XM FC, channel 157 in the car, and the Sirius XM app.
NHL Morning Skate.
December 15th, Vancouver Canucks were in the playoffs. And this is when they had that big controversy going on. So they had to do something about it. And they did do something about it. Well, now they're not in the playoffs. You know what? They're not even really close anymore. This is the most absurd season falling apart. The most disappointing team this season of the 32 are the Vancouver Canucks.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The Power Play with Steve Koulias,
general manager of the Winnipeg Jets.
What's up, hockey fans? Maple Leafs fans all over the world. Joe came back. He came back, thank God. Every single link that I tried, I swear I tried 30 different links over 3 different continents on this planet. I had people on the phone everywhere. I could not get this thing working, and finally when I called Grandma up in Vancouver and gave up, just muted it, let the Ottawa feed run. After another 15-20 minutes or so of chatting with Grandma and hearing about her wonderful Easter today with her brother Mike coming to visit her, absolutely awesome. Grandma, I love you so much. And thanks for chatting with me. And then I saw Mark Duffney's chat come across, and it said, boom, Joe's back. I'm like, oh my God, Mark Duffney said Joe's back. He's got to be back. TSI logos, Maple Leaf logos. I love it. So that gave me an idea while I was thinking about it. I need somehow, some way, I've got a way to find a way to have insiders write a comment, maybe a comment on this video. When this live is done, that's it. When this live is done, so tomorrow morning when you wake up, come back, click the live and comment on it tomorrow morning with words of how much we love Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph. And I will send all of those comments over to Joe in about 2 weeks when we for the Playoff Pulse. Because I came very close to sending him an email tonight being like, bro, somehow I need to figure out a way to get your microphones linked up to me so that we never have any issues. We don't have to worry about feeds. We don't have to worry about any of that kind of stuff. Anyways, the post game's coming on. Our Buds are winners. Game 1 in the books. Leafs lead 1-0 in the Battle of Ontario. And man, it's getting nasty. I love it. Let's hear Joe's calls again.
Nice jams it home. 6-2 Leafs.
All right, welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. A 6-2 thrashing of the Ottawa Senators in Game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs for you, Toronto Maple Leafs. That was extremely fun.
Yeah, it was. Thrashing is right. Maple Leafs get a big victory. They pretty clearly illustrated and laid out who was the better team in this game. Mm-hmm. I guess the job is to prove that 3 more times in this series. But
and then 15 times more from tonight.
Yeah, that's
one at a time. One puck has gone in today.
But yeah, I mean the Maple Leafs. It's clear who's big brother in this series for the first time, right?
Yeah,
like
definitely.
Tampa, Florida, Boston. It's contended at an equal level. With this, it doesn't feel that way. So you have to now act on that and make sure you get those 3 more victories in as soon as possible, really.
Oh, yeah. Lots of physicality, so much to break down. We'll leave that to Leafs talk, but let's take one last look at the NHL scoreboard. Presented by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit ConnexOntario.ca.
Hasn't changed much as we enjoy staggered start times in the playoffs. The Hurricanes got a 4-1 win over the Devils in Game 1 of their series. Logan Stankoven had a pair of goals still to come tonight. Puck drop in about a minute or so. Golden Knights will host the Wild in the first game of their Western Conference showdown.
All right, our next Sportsnet 590 Fan Molson Leafs Hockey broadcast is Game 3. That is Thursday night, a 7 p.m. puck drop, 6:30 pregame. We will have games 1, 3, 5, and 7, if you're wondering. We will see you maybe at some of those, maybe not all of them. Depends how long the series goes.
Only guaranteed 1 more.
That's correct. Ooh, that's quick. All right, we'll send it to Leafs Talk with JD Bunkus and Sam McKee. Thanks for listening to Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Sam McKee, Justin Bourne. The Leafs win. The Leafs get a terrific first game win against the Ottawa Senators. Sammy, let's start with you. What did you like the most about this game?
I would say that I liked where it put my mental health at for just at least 2 days here, where there's a lot of worry about what you're going to look like, what it's going to look like for the Leafs heading into a playoff series where we all know all the stories around them. And for them to come out and just look as convincing and look like the veteran, better playoff hockey team, it really felt great. I don't think it's a necessarily a statement on the rest of the series. It's a great win, but just for this to look like this tonight, I know for myself as a Leaf fan, I know a lot of Leaf fans watching this right now, that felt awesome. So it's a great first game of hopefully a long run, but that put my heart at ease for at least 2 days, fellas. It was a really, really convincing, great win from the Leafs.
Bunk, do you want to go next? Yeah, most encouraging thing about tonight, because to me, like, I've got a bunch of things circled here in terms of, listen, man, if you're a Leafs fan, you know about ghosts, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you have things that would have come into the postseason, and it could have started tonight in a way where, had certain things happened, you probably would not have been feeling so great. And I think that a lot of the markers that you're looking for as a Leaf fan went your way tonight.
You know, that being Stolarz looks good.
The core four gets their points. They're involved. Their touches. The power plays buzzing. Like all these like checklists. And I know we're going to go more into it in depth, but all the things you wanted to see go the right way. Great start. But I think Sam's point is probably the greater one, where the best takeaway is Ottawa looks like a team who hasn't been in playoffs. Just too excitable, too jittery, too eager to press the nuke button. Rather than just, hold their fire, keep their powder dry when necessary.
To me, it looked like one team that was playing what they thought was playoff hockey versus a team that was actually playing playoff hockey. There's just, they took a bunch of, and we can talk about we can do ref talk at some point tonight, but they took some undisciplined penalties, and the Leafs just do what you're supposed to do when you have a really lethal power play. And we look back at last year, they scored more power play goals tonight than they did in 7 games against the Boston Bruins tonight. So it's really, really encouraging to see the power play look as good as it did tonight. But that's my biggest overarching feeling. Like you said, they're just too horned up. They're way too excited. They were way too just ready to make an impact, trying, like Stützle's running around like he's, Darcy Tucker out there. And he's just getting way out of his own game. So we'll see if they adjust, but that was a brutal showing for a lot of those guys in the first game.
Yeah, I think that for me, it's the power play. Like, I just think that for a group where so much of it is obviously not about talent, that the confidence that you've got to be feeling scoring 3 power play goals all within 10 seconds of action has got to just be a massive weight off these guys' shoulders moving forward. Like, from basically January onwards, it was one of the most dominant pieces of this Toronto Maple Leafs attack, right? They're not a team that's going to score a ton 5-on-5. They need to have the power play. And for Ottawa, who clearly was way too amped up in this game, and it felt as though like once they went down, that only ended up getting worse. Like the penalties that they took only seemed to aggravate them as the game went on, and it didn't make them calm down. They kept that same energy. If you're the Leafs, you got to be thrilled. If you're Mark Savard, you're the happiest guy in that dressing room tonight.
Yeah. But it's, you can't lose game 2 and game 1, but a lot of things can have an effect on game 2. And the idea where they kept taking penalties and allowed Marner and Matthews and Nylander and Tavares more touches to just handle the puck, get into the series, put some numbers on the board where they're not squeezing the stick. They get no points next game. Mitch Marner's still at 1.5 points per game. He's not going to be desperate. And all of a sudden you make those guys more dangerous. And so a lot of what went on today felt like it has repercussions for the next game. And the biggest one, which we haven't mentioned yet, is Ullmark looked terrible.
Yeah.
And that's big.
Terrible. If I'm a Sens fan, that I will not sleep well tonight thinking of what he looked like. And we talked about it a lot with Kipper last week, where I was pointing out to you guys how horrendous he's been in his entire career in the playoffs. His numbers have been really, really bad. And I'm sure, I don't follow closely the Ottawa side of things in terms of what the talking points are coming into the playoffs, but I'm sure on their shows and amongst fans, there are some hushed tone conversations about what Ullmark was going to look like heading into this first round. And I'm sure they're like, oh, well, he's been good down the stretch and he was pretty hot for them. They showed his stats that he had a good end of the season. But boy, that first game, that's just going to send a shiver up and down your spine and his spine. Like, he's going to be thinking about it. He's going to be like, I am playoff Ullmark all of a sudden, and he's going to be overthinking it. Yeah. So, yeah, like you said, Borny, that's a fantastic development for the Leafs that he looked the way he did tonight.
The one that he let in on Morgan Riley, like right after the Senators get a goal, and it feels like, Toronto starts the third period horrifically.
Bad start.
I just thought that they came out flat. They came out like a team that was already expecting to have the win and wasn't trying to step down on the throats of the Senators. They take a penalty, and all of a sudden during the delayed call, one pops into the back of their net. And at just a few seconds later, like right after the goal, right as the momentum feels like it's shifting, there's tons of game left here, right? Like tons of game left. And you would, if you're Toronto, you are like, let's be real here. You're a choking franchise. So.
I sent my family out of the basement. It was 4-2, too much period left. And I was like, everyone's got to go. I need to pay attention.
Yeah, exactly.
I said to Allie and her dad who were here tonight, I was like, they're blowing this 100%. Yeah. Those words came out of my mouth.
Didn't it feel like blowing it time?
Yeah.
And Allmark, it's like, I know it's a knuckler, comes in weird.
It gets tipped, yeah.
It actually reminds me of like when an outfielder goes to play a ball and it just like came off the bat a little strange. But it still hit you in the glove. You're still a professional outfielder. You've got to be able to make that out. And when I saw Allmark, all I could think was, buddy, if your team ever needed you to turn it on and make some saves, it was right there and you let in that one. At that point, I genuinely thought the game was over. There was nothing that I was going to do they were going to be able to get back in it.
Yeah. I will say, even when it was 4-2, I take some comfort now that it's like, you can roll out 5D or at least 4D who you're really comfortable with in the D zone. I didn't used to feel like that last season. So I was less like Sammy that it was over, but it was definitely going to be like, I hope they don't plan on packing it in the D zone, which they did for a lot of the third period and just hanging on. But yes, Riley shoots that one in. And then there's the other part of like, all right, he's on the board. And let's face it, I didn't think he was great tonight.
No.
But he shot one in, and that's one of those vibes things. Like, okay, can he get feeling good about it, having some contribution? Because that ended up being a pretty big goal.
Yeah. It was a huge goal.
Yeah, no,
it really was.
And you want to have the conversation, playoff Mo, the if you want to start to turn it. Looked a lot like regular season Mo for a lot of the game tonight. But when he snaps one bar down from the post to pretty much from the point to put the game away, you feel really good about it. But Allmark for me is a huge storyline going forward in the game and in the series. And like, it's to the point where if he looks again like that in game 2, you're already thinking nuclear options if you're Travis Green to me. Like if he's shaky again, it's like, this is whatever his name. What's the guy they brought in for Holtby? Was it Grubauer they brought in? It's Scott Darling time. Like it's whoever the backup is time. Because he was brutal tonight. And I thought he was clearly he's a huge reason they lost.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm as reactionary as that. Like, I don't know if it's a change if he's poor again. If I'm Ottawa, I have to think that this is his worst game of the series. Like, I just have to be treated. Yeah.
I think they think we paid him and we're just going to let him hang himself if he hangs himself.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't think that there's a nuclear option here that quick. Like it's just not up for me. If I'm Ottawa, I'm playing the guy that brought me here. I'm playing the guy that I'm paying. I'm paying the guy that had a great regular season, and I'm saying figure it out on the fly because we just don't have another choice.
Or don't. Yeah. Then you take the blame and we don't.
Well, conversely, that brings us to the Leafs goaltending, right? Like, I thought that Stolarz was brilliant tonight.
Really, really good. Really, really good.
For sure.
Like I thought the breakaway save he makes at the start of the second period, followed up by one moments later, was like turning point stuff where it felt like Ottawa came out and could have poured it on in a 1-goal game. I just thought, Ottawa didn't not get chances tonight, which is awesome English, but Stolarz he made a lot of saves. He battled. They didn't do as good a job limiting second and third chances, and he still kept him in it.
Yeah, I thought that the saves that he made at the beginning of the second period in particular were like the kind of tilting the moment, just the complete opposite of what they got from the other goaltender. Like Morgan Rielly blows one there, bobbled puck, ends up going the other way, makes one on Tkachuk. Then he saves one with the knob of his stick on the power play that Ottawa gets ensuing, which is, going to go down as probably the best save of the series for Stolarz. Like I just have a tough time imagining he's going to have one that's better than that. He had another one here, just swallows up a puck. Again, if you're Toronto, I'm hard pressed. Like the power play thing was absolutely paramount. I think that everyone is right in assessing that was the most important thing for this team. But to have a goaltender who was on this incredible hot streak, the first goal that he lets in is a bit of a bobble by him where he probably should have been able to control the rebound. And you're feeling like, that's a bit of an iffy one, even though Carlo loses a puck battle and they failed to box out in front of the net. But the fact that he settled into the rest of the game after letting in a suspect goal, huge, massive.
Yeah, I did. I loved him for the most part tonight. You mentioned the second and third chances. It felt like there was a few uncharacteristic rebounds a couple times throughout tonight, but it didn't matter. They scored 6. Like he made the big saves when you needed it. I have no complaints. I thought he was very good. But there's a couple times with just, I think both goals that they score come off multiple rebound spots in front of the net. But
Yeah, but the second goal, nobody's controlling those rebounds.
Yeah, no. Listen. I'm just pointing out that he was kicking it out into the slot a little bit more than usual, but he was brilliant. Made a bunch of awesome saves, and he was a huge reason they won. So good for him.
I don't agree. I don't think rebound control was an issue tonight. I think that a lot of those rebounds, like the angles Ottawa was shooting them from, those are like designed to create traffic. Those are designed to create rebounds. Bad rebound control to me is not like rebounds happen. They happen in a hockey game. And I think that this is like a common misconception with goaltending. It's like, you're not meant to swallow up every single one of these. If it hits you in the pads, the puck's going to bounce out. Like, it's not going into the goaltender. Like, it's not going to absorb into his body. So the rebounds that he did have tonight, I thought that they were kicked out into areas where Ottawa was not really able to get a lot of chances from them. And so it's like, the second goal there where it's like rebounds, you're talking about like point blank shots that are going off of pad saves. No goaltender on planet Earth, including like prime Dominic Hasek, is controlling those rebounds.
Yep. Fair enough.
He locked it down like sort of like first period stuff, nerves, maybe whatever. But I thought he got better as the game went on. So Greg scores that goal. Mm-hmm. Greg, a bit of an Achilles heel, not, takes one to the net with the shoulder down. Whoops. Did I fall on the goalie? We all had a little moment on this one, didn't we?
Yeah. I mean, I think this was maybe outside of there being, I don't know what the most predictable outcomes of this series were, but Ridley Gregg crashing into Anthony Stolarz in game one in any fashion, that they didn't even post those odds on the board. That was the lock of the century. And
not waiting. All right, I've been waiting way too long. These guys are not cutting the commercial break, and I don't even know how many we have still left in the chat, maybe like 500-600 people or so. I just want to say thank you to those of you who are still in the chat. Stefan, Andrew, Hurd, The Burn.
Thank you.
There's TSI Allison, says thank you. Hello. Oh, there's TSI Tom. Goalkeeper that scores goals. Wait till you see that clip. I got to upload that so I can get it on here on SOP Soccer. Anyways, hey, there's Rob as well. What's up, Rob? Good to see you, man. And, 95,200 subscribers. We passed 95,000 today. Wow. It is. And there's, oh yeah. So, there you go. Stefan says, what's up, Tom? There, Andrew says, Allison with the wine. Stefan says, what's up, Allison? There's Tom.
OG Insider merch.
Oh, yeah. Check out the OG Insider merch. Just look at it. Order it. It's cool. Allison designed that all herself. Absolutely awesome. We've got to talk about the game. I have to talk about the game. I got to get this out. And you know what? We're going to record this as well. Hey, there you go. Toronto Sports Insider merch with a link. Hey, appreciate that. Good evening on a Sunday evening. Man. All right. So, anyways, we got to talk about this ball game. It's not a ball game. There's been so many ball games here with the playoff pulse. Hockey game. This hockey game, the Toronto Maple Leafs win it 6-2. Man, what a victory that was. From start to finish, the Leafs had this in the bag. There was no doubt. They took this from the second the puck was dropped, and the physicality was there. The defense was there. The offense was there. Thank you, God. Finally, in the playoffs, the offense shows up, and they show up on night one. A big, big win tonight. The Leafs showed up tonight, as they should. Listen.
Stanley Cup.
We're in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Tom. This is game one of the playoffs.
Playoffs of what?
Playoffs of what? The Stanley Cup. Can you please stop moving the green screen? Yeah. That's our door. Thank you. Man, the Buds absolutely killed it tonight. That defense was on fire. And let me tell you something. One note I want to add in here really quick. That little punk Pinto there at the end of the game. Bro, if that isn't a suspension, that was a cheap shot as hell at the end of the game. There's no place for that in hockey. Listen, this is the Battle of Ontario. This is as nasty as it gets, all right? Outside of like Toronto, Montreal in the playoffs, right? Not very often. does it get this nasty. But that's a cheap shot. That's bullshit. I don't want to see that crap. I want to watch hockey as good hockey. And the Leafs played good hockey, and it got nasty there at the end. It's just setting the standard for the rest of this series, because I'm telling you right now, our buds are not going to come out. They had their little lull period. I called it out in the chat during the third period. The buds were starting to fall asleep. They were starting to kind of just lull into that easy place where, hey, we've got this with a 4-1 lead. And then all of a sudden, it was boom. Ottawa's got one back. It's 4-2, and then they turned it right back around and knocked it out of the park. And then Ottawa didn't like it, so they started getting physical. Kind of like those kids that were playing against Tom the other night out on the soccer field in Chicago. They were being little punks, stepping on kids' legs and all that, kicking them from behind, pulling shirts, doing all that. And then Tom said, oh, okay, we're down 3-2. And why don't you tell them right into the mic what happened? What happened when you were down 3-2 right at the end of the game?
There was a corner. I went up, and then I scored a bicycle kick.
As the goalie. Runs up, scores a bicycle kick. This dude. Evolution Soccer. I'll post the video on Sons of a Pitch Soccer, but with that, we're going to let the post game keep going. Big shout out to the love of my life, TSI Allison. I love you so much, babe. Thank you for all of your help with this playoff stuff. And I couldn't have done this without you. Go Leafs go. Game 2 coming up. But, hey, I'm going to send you to this thumbnail behind us. The Minnesota Wild and Las Vegas Golden Knights. The Vegas Golden Knights. We're going to send you after Leafs postgame is over, right over to this game. And we've also got 300 people chatting it up for the Golden State Warriors and the Houston Rockets. And 184 for the Minnesota Wild and the Knights. But we're going to bump that up after we send 200-300 or so after postgame's over. Good night, everybody. Andrew, Stefan, Mike, Chris, Rob. We'll see you guys in Game 2. Don't be a stranger. Stop by the other Playoff Pulse Lives. Let's make a difference for SickKids Hospital. Check out the link that I will pin in the chat right now for the rest of the post game for SickKids and our Playoff Pulse. New system, Samara. I hope the link is working well. I did get an Instagram message already saying that they couldn't get the donation done because of credit card issues. So Samara, we'll talk about that on Tuesday. Great chat with you. Let's go. SickKids Hospital, Toronto Sports Insider. We apologize for the issues tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. It was racking my brain. But every link from here to England and back was stuck on that Ottawa Senators broadcast. Go Leafs, go. Game 1 winners. 6-2. A blowout. Yeah, let's go. Rock it out, Tom. Rock it out.
In the playoffs, that should be helping them a lot with goal differential.
Yeah, it's not soccer. There's no goal differential in those games.
Oh, that's sad.
Cheers.
Does every game, have
Banded for that. I'm watching that over and over on YouTube or Sportsnet Plus. He's got to get a game for that.
More and more mad.
It's a rotten
Not
play.
in hockey.
It's a cross check to the mouth. Anyways, listen. I'm not trying to sit here and say the Leafs they got a bunch of soft calls, but they just didn't miss much. And the Leafs took advantage, which is nice to see. They didn't go 0 for 5 on the power play and just have it let them. They were clinical, and that's a huge factor in this game. That's going to be a huge factor in this series if they can get that. So I like that a lot, that they got a good whistle. I'm just saying that. It's nice to see.
It does say something, though, the series is chippy, and I think both teams want to play that way. But to me, again, this just comes down to playoff experience, where it's the Leafs have played in these kind of games over and over again, and you know where that line is, where maybe the Senators just didn't.
Yeah, they didn't.
Very possible.
100%.
All right, Marner.
Good game. Good game. Did good.
Yeah, good game.
Oh wait.
Again, I'm doing markers, right? I'm going down this list of things that mattered the most. And you would say, what did you need? You needed a power play. You needed a goal. You needed good goaltending. You needed to win the special teams battle. It's like, okay, they did those things. Check. And then you needed something from Mitch Marner. And I know that there's a lot of haters out there that are going to go like, well, it's one of the first games of the series and it's not the second half. They even barbecued him with that stat pack on the broadcast, which I thought, damn, he's not playing in a game 5. He's not playing in a game 6. What do you want him to do?
Can't score in game 5 tonight.
Yeah, exactly. He's scored in the only, but he's doing what he can. He scored in the game in front of it. Should he not score in the first 4 games of a series?
I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up. Because I was like, holy, that is ruthless. Like, it's game 1. Like, we're set 2 periods in and just scored a sweet goal. Do we need to flash that one up? I'm glad you guys brought that up. I forgot about that till right now, but that was fun.
Listen, I respect our colleagues at the company. They put a lot of work in, but I definitely thought that was a weird thing to bring up right as he scores a goal. It's like, yeah, but where's all the ones back? I'm like, all right, I guess so. Probably save that one for the games that he's in that he can change those stats, but fine. Yeah. We talked a lot in text about the Leafs' great defensive zone play with the top line tonight, just a lot of just crafty ones, and Matthews obviously there breaks him out. But Sammy and I have gone back and forth on this, Borny. Maybe you want to be the tiebreaker. We've said with your life on the line, would you rather Mitch Marner or William Nylander on a breakaway for you? Because I feel like they're the 2 Leafs that do it. And normally Marner has kind of the same spot that he likes to put it to, which is the blocker. And there he just goes back to like junior hockey highlight reel, barring in over the glove, just really sexy stuff. And he's fired up after the goal. And yeah, I just think that for him not to have this be a narrative going into game 2 or 3 or 4 of this guy hasn't scored yet is massive.
Yeah. It wasn't even, the points necessarily that I loved so much about his game tonight. 2 things stand out in particular. One is not the breakaway goal. It's that he's going. It's that he's cheating in a good way, that like he's looking for offense and going. I love that. Like, you want to see him thinking offense. That's something against in post or previous playoffs. I've thought he's just not involved. He's not taking any chances. So I liked that. And then I know later we'll probably show it, but the D zone clip where he's getting involved in like a puck battle. Here he is. So this one, I think, is this maybe the one I was talking about where it goes down into his corner over here? Gets involved physically and against a big guy, leans on a guy, wins a puck, backhand sauce, and the Leafs are out of their zone. Like he just didn't seem hesitant to be involved in the hockey tonight. And that's different from what we've seen in previous playoffs.
Absolutely. And if we could show that the breakaway again after you're done showing this clip here, Luke, but the pass from Matthews, the paths from Matthews, unique New York, was brilliant. And then the edge work by him on this to like that angle doesn't show up, but the angle from the end where he catches that and all in one motion pivots onto his forehand, goes in, shoots it at like his edge work is just out of this world. It's like, it's amongst the best in the league. And it's a great pass by Matthews. And we've talked about how much Matthews has improved in passing, and it's a stretch one. He's there. You still have to make it. You still have to pivot onto your forehand like that. That's just a beautiful goal at a big, like it's like the start of the game. They're up 1-0. They've had some chances, and that's just like just a statement.
Catch, pass.
Yeah, it's just go up 2, play from ahead. They had the lead the entire game. They never trail. They're just confident, and for like you said, for him to just feel good about himself this early and feel great going into a game 2. It's just awesome. That edge work and that pass. God, these guys are just so good. That was a beautiful shot. Allmark, give him more net there to shoot at next time, Allmark. Like, I don't know what he was defending against there, but it goes bar down. Beautiful goal. Good for Mitch because they need him, and he was excellent tonight.
All right, rapid fire time?
Yeah, let it rip.
Sure.
I'm taking the easy one. The crowd was awesome.
Yes.
Crowd was really, really good. They started with a "Go Leafs Go" chant. Could have lasted a little longer for me if I'm nitpicking, but it was loud. It was excellent. You could feel the oohs and ahs with the hits and with the plays. That's exactly what you need for a playoff atmosphere from this crowd. They were going bananas during the breaks. Like, they brought it. They were waving the towels all game long. They were making chants at Senators players. 10 out of 10 performance for the crowd. They did great. They take a lot of...
Is that their chanting?
I didn't want them doing Brady sucks up 3. I was like, let him sleep. Let him sleep.
Yeah. You didn't like the Brady sucks? I love it.
Yeah. I loved it, but the energy I love.
Yeah.
Oh,
It was
Mark.
passionate night.
Oh, Mark. That's great. Yeah. That's great. They're involved.
Yep.
And so you guys just go 1-1-1-1 around the room on this?
Well, if you got one, if you got one, go.
Yeah, let it rip.
Fourth line for me. Yeah. The line with Scott Lawton. They feel like they can put that line on the ice at any moment right now. Mm-hmm. Lorentz, Yarncroc, a huge goal. Lawton has a little hesitation inside the blue to find Ekman Larsson. I just felt comfortable. I feel comfortable with that line and feel like they found something they trust.
Yeah. And Yarncroc almost scored a goal right after they got one too, right?
Yeah, shoot it in.
Off the post there.
Shoot it in. Like it's a wide, just hit it in the net, man. Like, God, just bear down on it.
Got it too. You guys got everything.
It's classic Yarncroc here. Just bear down and shoot it in the net, man. You're standing right there. Anyways, but that line was excellent. Even from the start, they set up the first one, like you said, but I didn't think they really went away. I thought like 80% of their shifts tonight were really good. And they just seemed like they were cycling it well. They were playing below the red line. I was just really impressed with just their physicality and grittiness, and just they look like a real bottom six hockey line that you can depend on, like one that they haven't had in years past, quite frankly. Like I guess maybe it's a fresh start for Lawton. Everything goes to zeros and you are just like, it's a new season. Like you're feeling good about your game, and he gets on the board with an assist and a huge goal to open it up. I love that line, and it feels great to have a line like this that you trust, because it felt like they've searched for it forever. So good for him.
I don't want to read too much into one play, but if we're showing the goal here, like Scott Lawton is not a perfect player. That's clear. He's not going to be dynamic offensively in a way that makes you feel like you got Ryan O'Reilly on the ice, right? When you went three centers deep, or when you've got Nazem Kadri. But what I saw in this goal is that's a first round pick player with the patience to just stop up, take a peek, and then deliver a perfect pass to Oliver Ekman-Larsson, who is streaking down the middle of the ice. And I thought to myself, it's been a long time since he's been in the playoffs, right? I think it was actually his rookie year, the last time that he was there. So he's not exactly just covered in glory. But that was just such a smart, underrated, veteran, high pedigree play from a depth player. And that is, to me, what you weren't getting from a guy like Alex Kerfoot, who was in kind of a similar role in the past.
Yeah, well said. Curious to see, as you know, this is not the first game where he looked good. He looked good the last few regular season games. Like he's kind of finding some value there on this line. So, this is found money. Now you just sort out the third line with Domi and off you go.
Also, not to read too much into this, but having a line of two checking forwards who play hard and the right way, in Lawton and Lorentz from Ontario in the Battle of Ontario, feels extra meaningful.
They get it.
They love it.
They get it. They get it. They absolutely get it. And we can talk about Max. Like, I don't want to be like typical Toronto media here, but to bring it down to a negative, we talk about Max Domi. The best thing he did in the last 2 days was put out that hype video, which was absolutely electric. But,
he threw a pretty good punch.
Oh my God, that was a great hype video. But he gets it too. He gets mixed up at the end there. He's uppercutting Gaudette in the face, and led to one of my actual favorite moments of the game. The ref trying to keep a straight face while like reading the laundry list of penalties was hilarious. Yeah. That was legitimately hilarious. Like I don't know how many times I've seen a ref bring out a grocery list and just read off all the penalties.
Costco receipt.
It was so funny. I love that. But I love that point, Bunk. Like these guys all talked about Nieuwendyk and talked about, growing up in that, and Lorentz, the picture of him, like wearing his little jersey with the cup, and he looks so sweet, and he's playing mini sticks. Like
Lorentz is honestly the sweetest looking little boy.
He's the sweetest kid. Like I just want to give him a little pat on the head. You're a sweet little guy. I love you.
Yeah. How many times did he get his cheeks pinched by old ladies at the grocery store when he was growing up?
Too many. He's not mean enough.
Yeah. Infinity cheek pinches for that kid when he was growing up, walking around the neighborhood.
What a game one take. Game one went well when that's the conversation.
Yeah, adorable.
I got another guy who was awesome tonight.
Yeah, hit it.
OEL, maybe their best D?
Tonight? Yeah, I thought it was him or McCabe.
Yeah. Yeah, like McCabe again. Yeah, it's good. A couple of guys haven't been in.
I just feel so good when McCabe goes back and they're dumping it into traffic, and he is completely unafraid to go collect a puck. And like Don Cherry would hate him because he turns his back to the place so many times, or he will just go in fearlessly. Like, I don't care. I'm fishing this puck out and I'm shoveling it over to Tanev or to whoever. But yeah, I thought both those guys were excellent tonight.
Arriba! Arriba!
It's like, oh, like he was flying through the air, and Craig Berube was talking with that before the series even started, being like, basically calling him a big fat diver, which he is. He's just a huge diver out there, and Berube said as much before. But looking at the minutes tonight, like they obviously it's a bit of score effects because it was a bit of a blowout, so they were probably rolling more towards the end of the game. But like to have none of the defensemen over 20 minutes is pretty amazing.
Really?
Yeah. Like McCabe played the most amongst defensemen at 1936. Nye led them
everyone right now.
Nye led them in ice time in 22-29 tonight.
I was going to say that actually I was going to say that all the power play time, but they scored 10 seconds into 3 of them. Yeah. So that does change things to a degree. But yeah, I would have thought that a little bit of that is just the fact that they had so many power plays and that there's no defensemen that get any time when that happens. So limits it a bit, but yeah, that is an interesting stat from game 1. Okay. Anything else from any of you guys? Any other rapid fire?
Well, I guess it's just like everybody was sick because they won 6-2. So like you could just sit here and talk about all the players that were great, but Nyes is a mutant, boys. Nyes is an absolute mule of a man. Goes to the front of the net, scores one on the back. The one that really puts it away, makes it 6-2. He blocks a shot with his robo wrist. I don't know how he's back out there the next shift. It's like it hits him right in a really dangerous spot. And we were all like, oh, that's not good. That's not a good spot to get hit. Comes out literally the next shift and shoots it in the net. He's just physical. He's big. He's just getting better every game that he plays. He's finding confidence. He's figuring out how big he is. He's just such an important player for them. And
great play by Matthews on the Nyes goal. Yep. And I'll just say, good that every one of the core 4 got some cookies. Tavares scores, Nylander scores. Everyone feels good.
Yep.
Going
absolutely.
into the next game.
Absolutely.
My last rapid fire is just purely a petty grievance that I have with the chat. When I said this series was starting, I said that I thought that it was going to be Toronto minus 200. And I got so much feedback from people in my DMs and in the YouTube comments everywhere where it was like, oh, Leafs aren't going to be that heavily favored in the series. Leafs aren't going to be. Listen, I know gambling, and the Leafs opened the series exactly at minus 200. So
did they really?
Yeah. Eat it.
Well, when I looked at it, it was like
take a victory lap.
We looked at it on our show, it was like plus 150, minus 185. I think maybe at open the money had come in, but there was a time where it was below minus 200 for sure.
Minus 200 is what
when it opened. Maybe when it opened,
minus 200 to start the series. Not right now. Like when it opened.
Puck drop it was that okay.
Minus
I'm not going to sit here and argue with you, but I did it multiple different times where it was below minus 200.
Yeah,
it was like minus 191 minus. Okay, you can just keep saying that, like, so that
who do you think? Look,
you just keep bulldozing me. But I looked at it multiple times where it wasn't minus 200.
Minus 200. I don't know what to tell you. Like, could have put it up in a plaque for you, but like minus 200. Anyways, you can follow the show on Apple and on Spotify. It really helps us when you do that. You can subscribe to that pod. It's perfect. It really does help, even if you're a YouTube watcher. If you watch it on YouTube, leave the thumbs up. You can reach out anytime on Twitter and Instagram at JD Bunkus, at JT Bourne, at Sammy McKee. You can tell me more things that you were wrong about that I'll shout you out on the show. And with that, we're on to game 2 in Toronto.
All right, I shut all the lights down, insiders. It's all shut down. The Leafs, it's over. Yes. The Leafs are winners 6-2. That's what I'm talking about. Should I turn the lights back on? I'm going to turn the lights back on. Boom, there's the light. Let's get the other light. Turn the lights back on in the gardens, ladies and gentlemen. I miss Coach's Corner too. Andrew, Rod, those of you who are still here, Mike Stewart. So I did see some posts from Don Cherry the other day about his podcast and whatnot. So I'll just admit, I'm too damn busy to listen to any podcasts. I don't listen to podcasts. I don't listen to anything except for Maple Leafs hockey. If I'm lucky, when I'm live here on the channel. That's the only way I get my sports. Don Cherry, like I said in the chat, I used to record the Coach's Corner on VHS. All right, when I was working at the ECHL arena down in Florida in college, I had my recorder at my mom's house set to record just the first intermission because that's all I cared about was Coach's Corner. I'd get the game. I'd hear the score at the arena and whatnot, or I'd get, the score. But Coach's Corner was where it's at. Don Cherry, or if anybody's close to Don, if anybody's listening, Don, I would love to have you on the show. I would love to record with you for about an hour, chat about Toronto sports, about Don Cherry, about the history of Hockey Night in Canada and what he brought to that show through Coach's Corner and whatnot. We've talked about it here in the past. Rod knows. Rod's been here since day one, man. Rod has been here since I was sitting right there with a different setup right there, chatting Leafs, play-by-play. Rod, you remember it, playoffs, man. The rant. Those days, I've calmed down. I definitely have calmed down since those days. But, and that comes with age, I'm assuming, and being the dad of 4, and being in the places that I've gotten to so far in life. But big shout out to Tommy with SEO Level Up. Man, thank you, sir. If you're still watching, thanks, man, for the shot there with the merch and throwing the link in. I saw you there. Appreciate it, man. And, yeah, we're going to do big things with Chicago Sports Insider, this playoff pulse. I mean, I'm running the lives here. We've got this. I can't wait to bring a sports community like we have here with the Toronto Maple Leafs and like we do with SickKids Hospital in Toronto to here with Chicago Sports Insider. As you see the logo, right there under the 100K. We're going to be over 100K before Chicago Sports Insider gets launched. But, my thinking is, and the whole reason behind that, and it's funny because I see the comments, imagine rooting for the Toronto sports and Chicago sports. Pick one, you loser. You know what? Listen. I'm a diehard Toronto guy till I die, all right? I've got Toronto logos tattooed on my arm. I'm sure I'm going to get more. I have view numbers of this channel tattooed on my arm when I almost gave up. Right there with that little dot, you see 0? I almost gave it all up. I said, fuck it. Here we are, okay? Dawson Walters, you got a membership for the month. Welcome to the club, Dawson. Please re-up if that runs out. 99 cents a month, man. Bring in the emojis. There you go. But look, this channel, you guys are awesome. Get Grapes was for the kids, man. I want to do it with Chicago, with Lurie's Children's. I've lived in Chicago for a long time now, and my babies have received life-saving care from Lurie Children's, and I can't wait to bring a sports community like this to Chicago, all while benefiting Lurie's Children's and the kids. That's what it's about. It's about the families that need it in a tough time. That's what it's about. It's just goes down to that simple part. It doesn't matter anything else. It's a tough time if you're involved in that type of situation, as a lot of us on this channel have been. And with that, I need to shut the heck up and go to bed and go hang out with TSI Allison, because I feel like I haven't seen her in 2 days. I've been so busy working on all these live streams. But I'll be listening in the hockey game. We're going to send you to the Las Vegas game, Minnesota, to finish off the night. Big night here on TSI. We beat our last year's numbers in game 1, and the Buds won this time. Yeah, 6-2. That's right. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you in the chat over in the Las Vegas game. Good night, everybody.
And care in every step. The relief was immediate. Now I'm pain-free and active. Let Kintec join you on your journey to stay active. Check them out at kintec.net.
I have the test results. Impressive. During those unpredictable weather conditions, the improved Celsius 2 really performed when needed most. Our open country tire got us through tough weather on a variety of terrains with advanced tread design, sipes that really grip. That's a winning lineup.
Toyo has a tire for your...
Hey, sports fans. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here on Toronto Sports Insider during the Playoff Pulse. Our mission is simple: bringing sports fans together to hang out, cheer, and change the world one insider at a time, while supporting SickKids Hospital in Toronto every single game.
Cheers, insiders and sports fans from around the world. The Playoff Pulse campaign on Toronto Sports Insider is uniting fans worldwide through the thrill of NHL and NBA playoffs. Every game, every fan, every moment counts. The link is pinned in the chat and in the description. Check out our campaign page. Donate if you can, or share it with friends. Holy Mackinac! Every click helps sick kids heal the future. Just by being here, you have already made an impact. Now, chat it up, keep it classy, and let's keep changing the world one insider at a time.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Thanks for hanging out with us. This is TSI Mike, and now that we've got your attention, we're bringing you every single game of the NBA and NHL playoffs while supporting SickKids Hospital in Toronto through our Playoff Pulse campaign. Let's grow our global community. Hit that subscribe button, turn on that bell, and join the action.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. Joe Bowen here, voice of the Toronto Maple Leafs. The Playoff Pulse on Toronto Sports Insider is all about playoff thrills and making a difference, with 100% of Leaf playoff stream revenue going directly to sick kids for their life-saving treatments and research. We're aiming for 100,000 insiders to boost our impact. So subscribe now and be a part of this incredible movement. Holy Mackinac! Let's show SickKids Hospital we're here for them. Join us today.
Hey you, yeah you, Easton Cowan, Leafs prospect here. I'm loving these Playoff Pulse live hangouts. Subscribe and turn on the bell to catch every game. Keep the chat buzzing and let's cheer for sick kids together. See you in the chat.
Hey sports fans, it's TSI Mike, and we're uniting fans worldwide with the NHL and NBA playoff action while supporting SickKids Hospital right here in Toronto. Click the live viewer.
Kindled a rivalry.
Watch the Stanley Cup playoffs.
It's showtime.
Only on Sportsnet. Here for the Cup.
You're on Sportsnet 590, The Fan.
This is... Here's Ryan Hickey.
So earlier this week, I was filling in for Bill Ryder Than You, right here on the Infinity Sports Network every single weekday, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to noon Eastern. And I gave MLB credit. Because at least I was late to this. I didn't find this out till this week. That MLB gives every former player with 8 years of service time a lifetime pass, meaning they can go present this pass at any box office, at any stadium in this beautiful country, and also Canada as well, Toronto, and get a free ticket to the best seat they have available for that game. Jason Grilli posted it. He took his son to watch Paul Skeens last week for the Pirates and sat behind home plate for free. That's a great idea. I'm not aware of any